Welcome. Hello, hello. Good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome to Chatting with Kathy. Here we are, day 5 of this week. And hi, everybody. I put some of your comments up already. I saw you when I hit the intro. Welcome, welcome. I find this interesting, PLM. You said that I did hear that whisper that she said, shut her up, about Lindsay Clancy. That's what we're talking about today, the Lindsay Clancy trial. And if you're new here, please say hello in the chat. My name is Kathy Brooks. I am a registered nurse, mother of 4, grandmother of 2, and a content creator. I always forget that part, but that's what we're doing right here. So the reason why I'm interested in this is because I'm an OB nurse. I've been an OB nurse most of my career, although I've also done hospice for several years. And my house is hot, so I'm going to turn it down because it isn't me, it's my house, right? So anyway, how's everybody? Everybody have a good night? Did you sleep well? I slept better last night. Thank goodness. The other night was awful. And good morning, Journey. Hello, hello. So, yeah, so you heard that the judge is going to bring this up today. Good, because I heard it. I'm like, let me put my earbuds on. Because Lindsay was hysterically crying. And so apparently, the prosecution didn't like that. Not supposed to be upset that you found out that you murdered your children and you're on trial for murder because, that doesn't happen. So anyway, say hello. You guys can hear me? My audio's good? Everything? Let me know if we're working here. Let me get a sip of my coffee. I don't think you guys are here yet. Everybody's missing. Anyway, I'll keep talking. So we've been following Lindsay Clancy trial now. We are on day 9 today officially, and I don't know how much longer the prosecution is going to keep this going. I really would like to see their expert witnesses. That hasn't happened. And there's, are you guys here? Sorry, because my thing is saying 0, but it says I'm live. So I just want to make sure you guys all have gotten the notification okay. And that I put you on the right channel. Let me double check. Oh, I see a 1. You rolling in the door now, hopefully. Just let me know in the chat if you're here on Chatting with Kathy. Make sure I didn't do anything weird or wrong to get this started today. Anyway, I'd love your feedback on everything, the witnesses, what you think is going on, which way you're leaning, if you have changed your position at all since you watched the trial from what you initially started thinking, and if you're who you think's doing a better job. I have a way to put up a poll. I'm going to try it but the last time I did it, somebody said they couldn't see it. So I'm just going to try it real quick. Which way are you leaning? Prosecution. Or defense. And remember, this isn't a guilty or innocent case. This is actually, is she criminally responsible? Basically, was she in her right mind, or was she in a state of psychosis? Okay, let me put prosecution. Tell me if this shows up, okay? Because the last time I put it up, people said they couldn't see it, but I could see it. Kitty cat, birdies are here. Okay, well, tell me if this shows up anywhere. Let me get back to the chat. Okay. Sorry, I'm starting slow because I'm feeling like, okay, yeah, I think you guys are getting notifications now. I did start a few minutes early, so that's probably my bad. Starting a little bit early, so I'll wait for you guys to roll in the door. But let me know if this ding poll shows up. Because I want a poll, and I've tried to do it before, and it says start and show. Okay, let's see. Okay, now I see it. Tell me if you see it when you get in here. And anyone else that has anything, any questions, anything about this? We know we have a lot of nurses that have been in the chat, so they're really helpful. You're welcome to ask questions. Hopefully you will. Let's see. So I see it in the left lower corner. Tell me if you see the poll when you get here. So anyway, the Lindsay Clancy trial is really interesting to me because I think it'll say a lot based on the perinatal mental health. Now, this particular judge, we found out late yesterday, had a trial that was very similar to Lindsay Clancy, and it has gotten thrown back for her be. You don't see it. Okay, let me see if I can pin it. Left and came back, no poll. Okay, hold on. Pinning it. It's so, oh no, let me. So, okay, it says here, and then it says stop poll. It says hide. There it's up in the left. It says where I can put it. I can put it in the top right, lower left. I'm moving it around. See it anywhere yet? Anywhere? No poll. Try. Tell me if you see it, because I put it up in the right. Up. If I'm looking at it's up here. I have to ask StreamYard why the heck my poll doesn't show up. Very weird. No, that's okay. Cool. I just didn't know if my audio was working because you guys were chatting before I got here. And then I was like, wait, nobody's chatting. Okay. All right. I'll slow down for a second so you guys can catch up with me and my like, where's the poll? Nope. Okay. But I have it right here. I can't do that. Wait. Nope. This one. It's right here. Hey, Bella. Hey, Bella. Welcome, welcome. Still no poll. Okay, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT because this, to me, I want to be able to put these polls up. ChatGPT sometimes is better than looking for their own help. On StreamYard, why can't the viewers see my poll? All right, let's see what ChatGPT says. Viewers usually won't see a poll just because you created in StreamYard. It depends on where the poll was created and where you're streaming. If you're streaming to YouTube, there are two different things people often call poll. StreamYard poll may appear in the StreamYard Studio interface, but it does not necessarily display as native YouTube chat poll. Why? YouTube live chat poll, created from the YouTube live chat instead. Oh, for your Lindsay stream, if you want everyone watching on YouTube to see and vote, I'd create the poll inside YouTube Studio live chat, not StreamYard. Okay, that's dumb. If you're looking at your own stream through StreamYard, you may not see the poll the same way the audience does. No, but I don't see it. Well, that is just dumb. Why would you do a poll in StreamYard if it doesn't go to YouTube when everything else goes to YouTube? Ah, that explains it. A poll created inside StreamYard is not the same as a native YouTube live chat poll. Depending on the StreamYard poll feature, viewers may only see if you display it on screen from the studio. I did. Look in StreamYard for the poll you created and see whether there's a show, display, or similar button. Yes. If it's just sitting in a poll panel, it may be collecting ready, but not actually being shown. If your goal is for people to see the poll inside your YouTube chat and click an answer, then create it in YouTube. So dumb, right? You have to do it on YouTube. Okay. All right, I'll do that. Because I want my poll. Let me go to my channel here. YouTube Studio. Oh. I got to switch to my other account because I'm on Left Undone, because Left Undone has premium and we don't get ads. Okay, let's just try this. I know you guys are probably like not like, just get on with the show, Kathy. Come on. Let's see. YouTube Studio. I might just have to do this later. I don't know. Content. Live. this is just the... All right, I'm going to say forget it in a minute. I don't see where... Analytics, all that stuff. Claims, clips. Okay. Pop out chat, community mind participation. I don't see it. All right, I'll have to worry about this later. It's not, I'm not see it. I don't see it. At least you guys are catching up now while I'm over here lost. You have to do it in YouTube. But where in YouTube? So I'm on our channel on YouTube. I see it. I see it on YouTube. It's up in the right up here. Look, let me share my screen. I don't know why look. Look, it's right here. You don't see that? I see it. I'm on YouTube. But you guys can't see it? I see it. Or can you see it, but you just can't vote on it? Okay. Look. Pop out. Let me see if I wanted to vote on it. It doesn't let me vote though. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll have to worry about this later. It's not, I'm not seeing it. It's up there. It's just, maybe that's when we want to show it, huh? It should be down here. Oops. Okay, hold on. Oh, well, I don't know. You see it, but you can't vote on it, right? Melissa, you can see it. I don't see how to vote on it, but it's right here. Like if you're typing in chat, maybe? Okay. Poll. Like if I'm typing in chat. Now I'm frozen. I paused. Never mind. All right. All right. Well, I will put myself a note to figure that out this weekend because I want to be able to do it, but I just don't know what's going on here. I may have to be like out of StreamYard over here, running it from here. Maybe. Anyway, okay, whatever. Put a 1 or 2 in the chat. There you go. Yes, Melissa. Yes. Put 1 or 2 in the chat. All right. If you, so prosecution 1, defense 2. Let's do it that way. And I'll figure that out this weekend because it's making me a little crazy right now. Okay, now I got to switch to get out of here and go back. I got to go back to where we weren't going to see ads. Chatting with Kathy is not premium and the other one is. Okay, give me 2 seconds to get back where we need to be. And I will get out of here. And we're back. Okay, so this good old school idea, right? So this judge yesterday, I wanted to look that up real quick. The Supreme Court came down and said that this other woman needs a retrial, because this particular judge didn't let expert testimony come in. I wanted to just real quick check on this with you guys. Rules retrial for I wrote her name down yesterday. Sanders. Case. Okay. On August 6, 2026, the Massachusetts Supreme Court Judicial Court unanimously vacated the 2022 first-degree murder conviction of LaTarsha Sanders and offered a new trial. The state's highest court ruled that the trial judge made a prejudicial error by blocking the defense from introducing extensive post-arrest medical records documenting Sanders' profound mental illness and psychotic state during the 2018 killings of her two young sons. Interesting. She was 51. She's 51 now, I suppose. Originally sentenced in 2022 to 2 consecutive life terms without parole. The Supreme Judicial Court determined that exclusion of thousands of pages of medical and mental health records prevented the jury from properly evaluating her lack of criminal responsibility. Parallels to other cases. The case shares broad procedural similarities and involves the same judge, William F. Sullivan, and District Attorney Timothy Cruz as the high-profile trial of Lindsay Clancy. The case returns to Plymouth Superior Court. The Plymouth Court District Attorney's Office stated it is reviewing the High Court's opinion to decide whether to proceed with a retrial. Wow. That's interesting. Really interesting. Thank you, Brittany. Hi. Have not been able to hear the last couple of days. Hopefully today is better. Had to get off because it was super frustrating. Not just the actual trial. It was as you two were speaking. Not just the actual trial. It was you two as you were speaking. Better not, better. Haha. Okay. Today, there are mental health professionals testifying today. All right, well, let's get into it then. And we can chat along the way. Let me get rid of this stupid poll that nobody can do. Did you guys put stuff in the chat? Oh, yeah, here you go. I know, I can't vote. This is dumb. 2, there's a 2, there's a 1, there's a 2, 2, 2. We got lots of 2s, more 2s than 1s. Okay, well, we'll keep going. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Let me get rid of this poll on top of here because obviously we don't need it because it's not working. Oh, look, wait a minute. You guys, it's showing me the results. I guess you're just supposed to put it in the chat. Look. I'm so lost. So you can just put 1 or 2 in the chat to vote on the poll, and it gave us the vote. Okay. All right, I'm showing my old age here right now for sure. See that? The poll actually worked. If you just put 1 or 2 in the chat, it'll give us the answer to the poll. So prosecution is 1. Where are you leaning? Prosecution or defense? 1 is prosecution, 2 is defense. I don't know. Anyway, I guess we figured it out. You just have to put your answer in the chat to do the poll. 1 or 2. And then it adds it up. How about that? Okay, let me get back. Let's go watch this, see what's going on in Massachusetts at the Lindsay Clancy trial. And here we go. And go.
My instructions go a little bit into our schedule. And then we'll
let's
return
pass this up.
to
We
the
don't care
evidence.
about, we hear his instructions every day. Here comes someone. All right.
Good morning.
do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now having between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as best you can and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's good. All right,
Thank
come
you.
on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name for the record?
It is Kimberly Hardy, KIMBERLEEHARDY,
And what city or state do you currently live in?
Cypress, Texas,
And back in 2023, where did you live?
Brockton, Massachusetts,
And in 2023, where did you work?
Kingsbury Club
Where's the Kingsbury Club?
in Kingston.
And how long did you work for that club?
I'm just speeding
4
it up a
years.
little
What
bit.
is the Kingsbury Club?
It is a tennis club, but it also has like a gym. It's kind of like a Y where people can come and drop their kids off in the playroom and stuff like that.
Is it a private facility?
Yes.
So members only.
Yes.
And you mentioned dropping kids off. What was your role at the Kingsbury Club?
So I was the child service director. So I ran all the kids programming and the playroom.
So what is the playroom at the Kingsbury Club?
So the playroom is a room where parents can drop their kids off for 2 hours a day so that they can work out.
And what's the procedure when a parent or a guardian drops a child off at the playroom?
We have our system where we sign them in.
And that's something on the computer that logs when the child comes in,
Yes.
and it also logs when the child leaves, correct?
Yes.
Now, what's the protocol for who can drop off and pick up a child at the playroom?
So parents, usually we say whoever drops off should be the one picking up as well, unless the parent notifies us that another parent will be picking up.
And as far as that system that you have to log the drop off and pick up, fair to say that system is geared towards the guardian who drops off and picks up.
Correct.
So it's a separate log for each child based on who the guardian is.
Yes.
Now, what is the security like at the Kingsbury Club? How do you get into the club?
Oh, you sign in. You have a key fob and you go to the front desk and you'll sign in.
Are you familiar with some members using like a scan app to sign
Yes.
in? And as far as where the playroom is in the club, where is it in relation to kind of when you come in the front doors?
It is right to the right. There is a long hallway, and at the end of the hallway, that's the playroom.
Now, is there kind of a rule there at the Kingsbury Club when you drop your child at the playroom that you have to remain on property?
Yes.
And other than the gym and the tennis courts, what other facilities are on property?
We have a pool and a spa.
I'm going to draw your attention to, one more background question.
Mhm.
You mentioned that there's other programs that the Kingsbury Club runs for children, right?
Mhm.
And you as the child service director were involved in that.
Yes.
Is there a particular age that the children can start participating in the other group activities?
Camp starts at 5, and at that point too, we had tennis that started at 5, but swim lessons can start from babies.
Okay. And so is there an age limit to the kids that could be in the playroom at any given point?
Typically, we only take 3 months old up to like age 10. Normally, they don't want to be in there.
This is a huge rumor online. It's all over TikTok. Patrick isn't on trial, but I've seen it. I've seen people say he changed his shoes, but I was like, but when he came home, he said he took his boots off. And then if you look at the one picture at CBS and the one picture at 3V, he does have different shoes on, but one's boots and one's shoes, and it was snowing. And maybe he kept boots in his car. I mean, I just like try to think a little bit further out. Maybe he kept boots in his car. Maybe he put them on at one place and not the other. But he said when he came home, he took off his boots. I don't know which one he had the boots on and which one he had the shoes on. And, they're saying he had an affair because apparently there was some comments on his Facebook or his social media by that same woman that he's married to now prior. But who knows? Like, maybe they knew each other way back when. I've dated, after my divorce, I dated people that I dated before my husband. And then we got divorced, and then I dated them again. I don't know. I just feel like there's no real big evidence about that, but I have heard it going around. I have heard people say it. The other thing is, like, a lot of people are saying she was 82 degrees. She had to be out there way longer, but we know she had the spinal cord injury, which can affect her temperature. We also know, I'm sure they checked the metadata about the 14-second phone call. that she called him back and they were on the phone for 14 seconds. So I just think it's a lot of clickbait right now. But we'll see. I mean, it's probably never going to come out if it is that. But Lindsay Clancy admits it. And obviously her attorney would have been all over that if it was something that they could have proven. So I honestly just think it's mostly the conspiracy theory stuff going around that people make a lot of money. I'm telling you guys on YouTube by going after the conspiracy theories and the shock value stuff. So for now, he's not on trial. This whole case is on trial. It's about Lindsay Clancy. She was the one going to the doctor. She was the one seeking help. She was the one trying different meds. She was the one saying she had suicidal thoughts. Right. Especially killing a woman's children and paralyzing her, but she lies for you still. Yeah. Logically, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. No matter how Lifetime movie-ish it sounds, plot twist, whoa, look at that, that's huge, oh my God, plot twist. I can't get on board with that at all, unless somebody shows me something really big. But, and men are weird, honestly, if I was Patrick, I would have, or if he asked my advice, I'd have been like, don't get remarried after the trial. Like, keep your stuff on the down low. I know men, they can't be alone sometimes. Like, my ex-husband got married 5 days after our divorce was final, and I've never gotten married since, It's just, and then as soon as they broke up, he was with somebody else, and he's been with her. They never got married, but he's been with her ever since, up until he passed away last September. He's never been alone since the day I met him. Well, I actually had a girlfriend right before I met him, and they broke up like a couple days before I met him. He was my neighbor. So men are weird. Sorry. They don't take time to be alone sometimes. Some do, but for the most part, nah. Okay, let's get on with the daycare lady. 7-Eleven, whatever she is, Slurpee. True, some people go from relationship to relationship. They really do. And I highly recommend against it. I've had so much more growth in the last few years of being completely alone, not dating, nothing, just taking that time. I feel like it's made me a better partner someday if I find the right person, because they got to be the right person at this point. I ain't taking any junk anymore. Men really do struggle to be alone. I think they do. It's hard for them. Harder. I think we're more independent, We're able to manage life better. I don't know. That's just my guess right now from what I see. All right. Childcare lady at the club. Again, trying to show white privilege, I believe. Privilege. She was privileged. She had everything. She could drop her kids off. She had daycare, and then she also could go to the club and exercise, and she had a gym in her basement, and she could bring her kids there and people watch. Like, what was she so overwhelmed with when she could do all this stuff for herself? That's where I think the prosecution's kind of going with this.
And then you said that the time limit is 2 hours per day.
Yes.
Is there a schedule or sign up in advance, or was there one in 2023 if a member wanted to bring their kid into the playroom?
Yes, but in 2023, parents normally didn't sign up in advance because we were just getting back from COVID and we had low numbers. So we just took walk-ins.
And it was a first come, first serve?
Yes.
Are you familiar, or were you familiar with Cora and Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
Did you often see them in the playroom at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And who would be the party that would drop them off and pick them up?
Mainly Patrick.
Did you, or were you present in the playroom when Lindsay Clancy at times dropped them off and picked them up?
Yes.
And when Lindsay Clancy came to drop off and pick up the children, did you interact with her?
Yes.
And how would you describe her demeanor during those interactions?
She just seemed very shy.
Maybe just to focus on the time frame.
Well, that's fair. I'm going to draw your attention to maybe the September of 2022 to January of 2023, that fall into the winter. Did you see Lindsay Clancy drop the kids off at the playroom during that time period?
Yes.
And you had the occasion to interact with her? And during that time period, in the fall to winter, what were your observations of her demeanor?
She just seemed shy. She was just, we'd come in and pick up. I would usually try to start a conversation with her, but nothing. else. Yeah, just shy.
Okay. And it was only Cora and Dawson that came to the playroom?
Correct.
Were you aware that there was a third child?
Yes.
Do you know of any reason why that child didn't come with the other two?
I asked a couple times because I said that he can come in because he's over 3 months. And the answer was because they were scared of sickness.
I'm sorry, what was the objection? The answer was, you could just find out.
So this conversation that you had when you said you asked about Callan, was that with Lindsay or Patrick?
Lindsay.
Okay. And so what did she tell you about Callan?
She was nervous about colds because it was cold and flu season.
Okay. And so obviously when Cora and Dawson came, there would be other children in the playroom as well, right?
Yes.
When Lindsay would drop the kids off during this time period between September of 2022 and January of 2023, did she ever tell you what her plans were at the club?
No.
Did you see or make observations of how she was dressed when she dropped them off?
Yeah, she had workout outfits on.
And would she come back before the end of that 2 hours to pick the kids up?
Yes.
Did you notice anything different about her when she came back to pick the kids up during this time frame?
No.
Was she ever late picking them up?
No.
Did you ever learn that she had left the property after bringing them to the playroom?
No.
And that is a very strict rule at the club, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Lindsay Clancy and Cora and Dawson at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
In January.
Would it have been closer to New Year's or a few weeks into the month?
I think it was a few weeks in.
And how is it that you remember them on that particular day?
Just their usual selves. They came in, played, nothing.
If I tell you that Cora and Dawson were dropped off by Lindsay on January 13th at 9:07, does that sound right to you?
Mm-hmm.
And that they were also dropped off on January 17th at 9:30 a.m. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Did Cora and Dawson usually come in the mornings
Yes.
around that time? And what time does the playroom open?
We open at 8.
And what time does it close?
It closes at 2.
Did you ever have occasion to see Cora and Dawson in the playroom during that time, September to January, later in the afternoon?
Sometimes, not usual.
Is it fair to say that generally when Lindsay dropped them off, they came in the morning?
Yes.
And is there anything about that day with Cora, that last day that you saw her, that sticks out in your mind?
Not that I recall.
What kinds of things would the kids do in the playroom?
They liked to color. They would play with the dolls, dress-up toys, the cars, the train set.
And on one of those last days that you saw Cora, did she draw a picture?
Yes.
Did she take it with her or did she give it to you?
She left it.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit the Kingsbury Club records as the next exhibit.
All right, they may be admitted.
I think this is weird. Remember what I said about 7-Eleven yesterday? I'm waiting.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I'm waiting for 7-Eleven guy to come in. Tell
Counsel,
what color
morning.
Slurpee they
Good
brought.
morning.
Serious.
So you saw Lindsay with her children dropping them off, picking them up on a fairly regular basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick, of course, right?
Yes.
Did you ever see how she acted around them? Did she appear to be, happy to be with them and take care of them? Or did she appear to be angry with them at all?
No, never angry. She seemed happy to be with them. She always picked up on time and they were always excited to see her.
And you certainly weren't close enough to her to know if she had any personal issues in her life as far as her mind or her body or anything like that, right?
No.
You would be aware, though, that on occasion people are advised by their doctors or psychiatrists to exercise. It might be a good thing for them to do. Is that?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah, good point. You want to feel better, exercise. They tell everybody that. You want to sleep better, exercise. That's the one thing that does make a difference for me is sleep right away if I start exercising appropriately, consistently. Who we got now? I mean, her family's like, when are you going to prove that she wasn't psychotic?
Good morning, ma'am. Stop right there, raise your right hand. Look.
Who's this? I guess we'll find out in 2 seconds.
Watch your step, please.
And if you guys are new, say hello in the chat.
morning.
We like to chat.
Right.
My name's Kathy if you're
Counsel.
new.
Thank you. Good morning. Could
morning.
you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Sure, Sarah Carney,
And how do you spell your first name?
Sarah,
And the last name?
Carney.
And what city or town do you live in?
Duxbury, Massachusetts.
And are you married?
Yes,
And who's your husband?
Kyle Carney.
And do you have children?
Yes,
How old are your children?
5 and 2.
Do you know the Clancy family?
Yes.
And how do you know them?
Went to school with Pat and then met Lindsay later.
And so when you say you went to school with Pat, fair to say you went to Salve?
Yes.
And did you know Pat before school?
No.
And did you become friends with him in school?
Yes.
When you graduated from college, did you remain friends with Patrick?
Yes.
And is your husband also a friend of Patrick's?
Yes.
Did they meet at college or just someplace else?
In college.
At some point, did you come to know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And do you remember approximately when you were introduced to her?
A few years after college, maybe 12, 13 years ago.
And where were you living then when you first met her?
Boston.
Okay, how about Pat? Was he living in Boston as well?
I believe so.
And what was your relationship like with Patrick after college? Were you close?
Yes, friends, close.
And as he began a relationship with Lindsay, did you become friendly with her?
Yeah.
Did you have that same relationship with Lindsay that you had with Pat?
No.
As time passed on, did your families remain friendly?
Yes.
And eventually, both your families ended up living in the same town in Duxbury, correct?
Yes.
What was the relationship like between your families starting in 2019?
Close, friendly. Went to the beach together. Had them over at our house. Went to their house. That kind of thing.
And as the Clancys start having children and you started having children, did that remain throughout?
Yeah, probably fewer times, just because we're all busy. But yeah.
And were you around after each of the Clancy children were born? Meaning after Cora was born, you were still part of Patrick's life?
Yeah.
Did you notice any changes in Lindsay after Cora was born?
No.
And how about Dawson? When Dawson came along, did you notice any changes in Lindsay after Dawson was born?
No.
And then Callan, who was born in May of 2022, were you still friendly with them and still doing those trips and going to each other's houses,
Yep.
beach trips?
Yep.
So did you notice anything different about Lindsay after Callan was born?
No.
Do you recall observing Lindsay or seeing Lindsay when she was pregnant with Callan?
Yes.
Fair to say she was a pretty active person.
Yes.
And even in pregnancy, being very pregnant, she was physically active.
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of exercise she did or seeing her exercise or?
I remember her posting videos of her exercising and the kids were in the background.
And where would the exercising happen? Could you tell where it was in their house?
I'm not sure.
Have you been inside their house before?
Yes.
So you know that they had the living room area on the first floor and basement area was
Have to
finished?
assume it was the living room. I've never been to the basement.
Okay, so in that video, what did you observe the kids doing in the background?
Playing on the couch, playing with toys.
And when you observed this video, fair to say it was kind of like a beach body type exercise?
Sure. I'm not sure what that means.
Did you see any equipment in the video, like workout equipment?
I don't recall.
Do you recall previously
okay.
indicating that you saw the kids
All right.
playing with exercise bands
Wait,
in the
hold on.
videos?
What's the point of her saying, oh God, because you're super helpful. So I gave you a wrench. I don't understand why she wants this witness to say that she was doing a beach body type exercise. Those are just types of exercise that you can buy, right? And then follow that plan. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, to me, it doesn't mean anything. And I'd go do a beach body exercise too, but it would be too hard. So I probably wouldn't do it. I might spend money on it and then not do it because that's kind of what happens. All right, sorry. Ugh. Hey. Okay, sorry. This person doesn't look like she wants to be here either. And obviously I don't know what her point is, but we'll see.
Sure, if that's what I said. I don't recall.
Now, I'm drawing your attention to the summer of 2022 and the fall of 2022. Were you still going to the beach and getting together with the Clancys?
I believe so, yes.
Other than going to the beach, what other kinds of activities would you invite them to do with your family?
They probably came over to our house once or twice.
Throughout the course of the fall of 2022, did you notice any changes in Lindsay's physical health?
I think I saw her one time at drop off and she just seemed thinner, more
You
frail.
think, I'm sorry.
Thinner.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with her at drop off about your observations?
No.
How about just observing her overall demeanor? Did you notice anything change about her in the fall into the winter of 2022?
No.
Did you ever have any conversations with her about postpartum depression or sleep issues?
No.
And I'm going to draw your attention to January 22nd, 2023. That was a weekend. Do you recall that weekend?
Yes.
And did you have something happening at your house that your family invited the Clancys to?
Yes, we had a bonfire.
And who came from the Clancy family to the bonfire?
Pat, Lindsay, Cora, and Dawson.
Where was Callan, if you know?
At home with Lindsay's parents.
Did you have the occasion to speak with Lindsay on that day?
Yes,
And fair to say, prior to that day, you hadn't really seen her much that winter.
correct.
Were you happy to see her that day?
Yeah.
And what were your observations of her that day, her demeanor? Did she seem normal or off? Or
Just quiet, but fairly normal.
did you have the occasion to speak with her, just you and her?
Yes,
And was that outside of the bonfire or somewhere else in your house?
in the kitchen.
And did you ask her anything?
I was talking to her about my daughter's allergies, and then the conversation lulled, and I asked her how she was doing.
And what did she tell you?
Good.
And did you have any further conversation or ask any follow-up questions?
No.
Why didn't you follow up?
Because I figured if she wanted to explain or deep dive into it, she would. Wasn't going to press her.
And but on this occasion, she just said fine, and you kind of moved on to the next topic.
Yes.
And throughout the course of that day or that afternoon that you were with her, did you notice anything change about how she was communicating with you? Like, did she start to talk faster or seem confused in any way?
No.
Was there anything that happened at that interaction that made them abruptly leave?
No, I think it was like nap time for the kids.
And was that the last time you saw or talked to Lindsay?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington?
So, what was the time frame that you knew Lindsay, not Patrick? I know you were very friendly with Patrick.
Yep.
What was the time frame that you knew Lindsay?
12 years.
And would you say that you were close to her, or were you social, or how?
Social.
Social.
Yep.
And on occasion, you had the opportunity to be in their house, the upstairs portion of it that you indicated, never in the basement of the office area, right?
Right, just the kitchen level.
Can you tell us, like in the fall of 22, approximately how many times you and your husband, Kyle, saw Lindsay and her husband, Pat, together? Not Kyle with Pat or you with Pat.
I think it was just the one time at drop off.
One time at drop-off. Okay.
Is that the one where you were talking about like the protein drinks, the shakes with the weird ingredients and stuff? Is that part of that program? You were talking about that yesterday. And that Shanann Watts was also on that kind of same drink or program.
Okay. You had occasion to ask her advice about the babies and things of that nature on occasion, did you not?
Yep.
She was always helpful to you or forthcoming?
Yes.
And this, the last time you saw her on January 22nd, this was a bonfire, is that what it was?
Yep.
And that was where, in your backyard?
In our backyard.
Was it in the daytime or the nighttime?
Around lunchtime.
Lunchtime. And do you recall how long they were there for the bonfire?
A few hours.
And they were there with the two older kids, and Kellen was home with her parents, right?
Yes.
And she appeared to be quiet to you?
Yes.
And she appeared, to your observation, around that time frame to be thinner than what you had seen before.
Yes.
But you'd agree with me that you guys weren't that close that she would confide in you, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
As far as your observations of Lindsay over the course of 12 years, fair to say she was always quiet with you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. She was quiet. Her husband had friends. They had friends.
Come on.
The Commonwealth would call Aaliyah Goodhart.
She was fine. She was okay. She was good. We talked about allergies. Who's this? Oh, you know what? I peeked at this a little bit. I'm going to speed her up a little bit. She's really slow. When I was putting my makeup on, I turned this part on. I'm going to speed her up a little bit. She's very slow. Unless you don't want me to, but tell me if it's too fast.
Stop right there, raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony you
I've got a 1.5. Tell me if it's too fast.
Watch yourself, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to ask you when you sit down, if you speak loudly so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My first name is Alia. Last name is Goodhart.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
A-L-I-A.
And your last name, please.
Goodheart.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background to be a psychiatrist?
I got my medical degree from the State University of New York in Brooklyn, the Health Sciences Center, and I came to Boston to do my 4-year residency at the Harvard Longwood Psychiatry Residency Program. I also trained for an additional 3 years at the Boston Psychoanalytic Institute and got my advanced training I attended the advanced training program, and yeah.
Are you licensed here in Massachusetts
see the
to practice as a
defense
psychiatrist?
I
part
am.
of
Are you
it.
licensed in any other states?
Good to know.
So you said that you're a medical doctor with a specialization in psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your work history in that field?
Yes, I've worked in several different settings. When I first started out, I was working at Beth Israel in integrated care, which means essentially that you work with primary care physicians, and if they have patients that they have questions about, they can consult you. And if there's a need, you can continue to manage the patient's psychopharm medications. And if it's simple, they can continue to do it, but you're available for them to consult with and to discuss cases. After that, I went to Emerson Hospital, where I worked on the inpatient psychiatric unit for a total of 9 years. I left for 1 year to be the medical director at another freestanding hospital. After that, I worked at the women's prison in Framingham for 1.5 years. And after that, an outpatient clinic affiliated with Tufts. I had a private practice for 2 years, and then I've been working at McLean for the last 5 years.
Okay. And what is McLean Hospital?
It's a freestanding psychiatric hospital that is part of the Mass General Brigham system.
What kind of services does that facility offer to patients?
They have lots of services, including inpatient, outpatient, substance abuse, trauma focused. There are lots of specializations, eating disorder programs. They have residential programs. They have partial programs. So there's a really broad width of.
And what is your role at McLean?
I work on one of the inpatient psychiatric units.
And tell us a little bit about what an inpatient psychiatric unit is.
Patients who come to our unit are referred to us by the emergency department because it's been determined that they need inpatient level of care. You can come voluntarily or you can be sent involuntarily. And once you arrive, we work with the patient until they're for a certain period of time, which isn't predetermined. It is flexible, so it depends on what's going on. And when you're on an inpatient unit, it's not just that you're seeing the psychiatrist, you're working as a team. So there are nurses, there are mental health workers, there are social workers. And the way it works at McLean is that every day you have a meeting where people discuss what's been going on and you share any information that you have. And that kind of guides treatment. It's if I'm on the unit while I see the patient, I'm not there 24/7, but the mental health staff and the nursing staff are there, and they contribute to the assessment of the patient.
So in that team approach, when you have mental health workers, nurses, social workers that work with you, there's, fair to say, some combination of that team present all the time.
Yes, there are 3 shifts, and each shift has mental health workers and nurses.
And in that team approach, sometimes particular members of that team may have direct contact with the patient, correct?
Absolutely. Each shift, each patient is assigned a mental health worker and a nurse. They're offered a check-in, which is basically time to sit and talk about how they're doing and what's going on, and if they're upset or distressed. And so, there is documentation of that, and that happens on a regular basis.
And even when members of the particular treatment team don't have direct contact with the patient, they're still there and observing what's going on, right?
Correct.
And are they trained to do that?
Absolutely.
And so even if they don't have a conversation with somebody that's documented, they're still observing to be able to report back if there's any concerns that they observe during any given shift. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the inpatient unit at McLean, that they come from the ER departments of the surrounding hospitals.
Yes.
So you can't just walk in.
Not at McLean.
For the inpatient or in any.
Right. Correct.
Okay. And so oftentimes when a patient comes from the emergency department or is referred over there, how do they get there?
They have to be sent on a Section 12 most of the time. Well, then it doesn't make sense. So they're usually sent on a Section 12, especially if they're going to be sent in an ambulance. And then when they arrive at McLean, they are seen at the CEC, which is the Clinical Evaluation Center.
If I could just stop for you for 1 second. Can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
A Section 12 is basically a doctor or social worker or psychologist states that you are being referred to a hospital for admission because you have a mental health condition.
And the Section 12 could be something that the patient voluntarily elects to do, right?
That's a Section 10. The Section 12 is it means that you have to go there. If you go there and they evaluate that you're fine and you decide you don't want to be at the hospital, you can choose to leave and they'll have to let you go.
So when you say that a person comes transported from an ER on a Section 12, they also can come transported on a 10 as well, a voluntary.
A Section 12 is required for transportation because in the time between when they leave the hospital and they're supposed to get to you, you want to make sure that something could happen and then they could leave. So you want to make sure that the physician sees them at that end and then somebody sees them at the other end to ensure that something hasn't changed. So it's evaluation.
Okay. And at the emergency department, there is a particular type of evaluation that's done before somebody is sent over to McLean, correct?
Correct.
What, from the Mass General, what is that usually referred to?
It's called the acute psychiatric consultation, APS. No, so the service is acute psychiatric services, and it's an evaluation. So it's a complete evaluation by either a nurse practitioner or a psychiatrist, and they go over things like, why are you coming now? What is your history? Have you ever had problems before? What's your family history? They document how you're presenting. They inquire about symptoms, and that's how they find out what medications you're on, and then they, based on that, they decide whether you need, there could be several options. They can recommend inpatient treatment, they can recommend partial hospital program, but the patient doesn't have to do either. If they're not, unsafe, they can choose to leave. But most of the time, people take the recommendation and they present it because they are seeking help.
And unless the patient is deemed unsafe in that involuntary realm, it's their choice.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that when they come to McLean, that they first come through and have a CEC. What is that?
It's a clinical evaluation center.
What happens at that stage at McLean?
They're seen by a psychiatrist, and there's a nurse as well. They review the history that was obtained at the emergency department, and they inquire about any, they actually do another evaluation, just like at the APS, basically reviewing all the history, but also asking their own questions. And if they have any concerns, they document them there.
And you said this evaluation is done by a psychiatrist?
Correct.
And when a person comes into McLean, can they come at any hour of the day or night?
Correct.
And when they first make it to the clinical evaluation center, they're always seen by a psychiatrist?
Yes.
Now, once they do this evaluation, gather all the information, do they also do kind of a physical exam to make sure that there's no medical issues to address?
Yes.
And after all the information is gathered, what is done at the evaluation center?
So they basically enter the orders. May I have some water?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
No worries.
My fault.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When a patient is evaluated or seen in the clinical evaluation center, what happens after the evaluation is done?
So they determine the level of checks that the patient should be on once they get to the unit, because there are several units. There are at least 4 inpatient units. They decide what medications the patient is going to be able to get, thank you, until they are seen by a psychiatrist on the unit.
And when you say level of check, what does that mean?
Everybody who is on the unit, there's a mental health worker assigned the task of ensuring that all the patients who are supposed to be on the unit are present and that they're safe. And the lowest level is 15-minute checks. If there's concern about somebody, it goes up to 5-minute checks. And if they're extremely unsafe, it goes to a 1-to-1.
And what does 1-to-1 mean?
There would be a staff person with the patient at all times.
And again, this determination of which unit to be on and what level of security or what level of check is done by the psychiatrist that performs that first evaluation, correct? Now, when a person who comes through the CEC then gets sent to the unit, do they walk to the unit on their own, or how do they get to the unit?
They're escorted to the unit.
And you said there's 4 inpatient psych units, is that right?
Correct.
Now, when the person arrives at the unit, what happens?
They're seen by a nurse and a mental health worker. Their belongings they go through the belongings to ensure that there's nothing unsafe. There's certain things that are not allowed on a psych unit. The nurse reviews their history and takes some vital signs, sees if they need any medication, and then they show them to their room and the unit.
And again, people come through the CEC at all hours of the day and night, correct?
Yes.
So this whole process is pretty seamless and could happen at any point.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned previously that the length of stay or how long a person is on the unit or inpatient varies, right?
Yes.
Is there any sort of minimum that's required when a person comes in for an inpatient stay at McLean?
No.
And if they are voluntarily there, can they leave at any time?
As long as the psychiatrist and the team assesses them and determines that they don't pose an imminent risk to themselves or anybody else.
Now, what if they're there on a Section 12? Is there a time limit or a minimum amount of time they have to be there?
She wasn't there on Section 12. She was on a voluntary.
We haven't gotten there yet. I'm just asking background questions about the facility.
I'll allow some background questions, but let's kind of move it along.
So Section 12 entails that that the team and the psychiatrist has 3 days to evaluate the patient to determine whether they pose a danger to themselves or others. And if at the end of that time they do determine that the person poses a risk, then they have to apply for commitment, which would mean going in front of a judge who would decide if the patient should remain hospitalized or be discharged.
And if at the end of the 3 days you deem them to be safe, are they allowed to leave?
Yes.
And is there something in the field of psychiatry or in your training and experience in your time at McLean about being discharged against medical advice?
Wasn't discharged AMA.
We'll allow set the really the terms and where we are, so you can go into that.
AMA is not applicable.
If we can approach,
Yeah, I don't think you heard me.
I did hear you.
All right, well then, I'm going to allow that question. Yeah, your rights are safe.
My objection.
Yeah, I've noted it. Go ahead, Counsel.
He's grumpy today. You're right.
I think
Ooh, real grumpy.
we tend not to do against medical advice, because if we are concerned about somebody's safety, we would not discharge them.
so you have another procedure available to you if you were concerned for somebody's safety,
Yes.
and that's this procedure you described about seeking
In
order for further commitment.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, when a person comes and goes through that process and is placed on their unit and settled in, what is the plan after that? How often do they see providers?
They're assessed by a psychiatrist every single day that they're there. They have nurses who are checking in with the mental health workers. They're offered group programming and medical monitoring, vital signs.
What types of group programming are offered to people while they're inpatient at McLean?
We offer skills groups, which are things like they're meant to teach patients skills so that they can tolerate distress, they can kind of observe their thoughts. It's meant to shore up their skills. Then there are some groups which are more just relaxed, I guess, such as going for fresh air walks or going to the recreation center, just drawing or coloring, and yeah.
And are there other things offered to patients once they're on a unit to assist them in their care, like counseling?
Yeah, those are the check-ins, and when they meet with the psychiatrist and the social worker, the counseling happens in those sessions as well, and also by the nurses and the mental health staff.
Now, does this procedure, or does how it operates for any given patient, does it change if there's a holiday or a weekend?
I think they're still seen by a psychiatrist.
She's thinking if she knows, I have no objection. I'm going to object to the way she's answering that.
All right, why don't you rephrase the question?
I will, thank you. As far as your experience at McLean Hospital, does the schedule change when there's a weekend or a holiday?
The group schedule might change, but the staffing schedule doesn't change.
So the availability and the mental health worker that sees the patient, the social worker that checks in, and the psychiatrist and nurse, the team all stays the same even on a weekend or a holiday?
Other than the social worker.
Okay. And when I say stay the same, it could be different individuals, but
Correct.
it's somebody from that group, correct?
Yes.
So as far as your role as a psychiatrist, how do you get assigned patients when they are admitted to McLean inpatient?
It's random. There are beds that are open, and I carry a certain number of patients, and other psychiatrists have a certain number of patients, and whoever has an opening gets the admission.
Do you have to be there when the patient is admitted to have the patient assigned to you?
No.
And so do you rely on other psychiatrists to perform those tasks before you meet a patient?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy that arrived at McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st of 2023. Do you recall that patient?
Yes.
Have you had the ability to review the records related to that patient prior to coming in today?
Yes.
And do you know where she came from?
The emergency department at MGH.
Okay. And did she come voluntarily, or did she come on some sort of section?
Again, for transportation, it's always a section, but then she signed in voluntarily, which is the section 10.
Okay. So to your knowledge, she was brought in the early morning hours via ambulance.
Correct.
And did she go through that process of the clinical evaluation center in the early morning hours, approximately 4 a.m. on the 1st?
Yes.
And who saw her there?
I think the psychiatrist's name was Dr. Outlaw.
Okay. And you're familiar with Dr. Jasmine Outlaw?
I've never met her.
Okay. But she is a psychiatrist on
Correct.
staff.
I don't know what on staff, what you mean by on staff.
Well, she works at McLean.
Correct.
And so you were able to review the information she gathered in that first evaluation.
Yes.
And in reviewing that information, did you identify that the patient was identified as medically stable, right? Meaning she didn't have any acute medical issues that you had to worry about.
Correct.
And she was screened on the suicide screening.
Correct.
What was the chief complaint of the patient when she arrived at McLean?
She was unhappy. She was finding it hard to sleep if she didn't take medications.
Okay. And do you recall reviewing in the records that it was noted that she reported that she felt numb
Yes.
and that she was having some issues managing medication?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, that she had some complaints about side effects or symptoms of medication.
Yes.
Now, when the psychiatrist and the clinical evaluation center gather the information, fair to say that it's primarily based on what's reported to the doctor by the patient.
Yes,
At McLean, do you have access to a patient's full psychiatric history or all of their records from other places?
it depends where the patient is coming from. I think that Dr. Outlaw did take an excerpt of the APS evaluation that was done at MGH, so I assume that she had access to that.
I'm sorry. Assumptions? Like,
I mean,
I
she
can
would
ask it
have
a
had.
different way.
She doesn't know, she doesn't know.
Yeah.
Right?
As far as the full record of this particular patient that you were assigned to and responsible for, you reviewed all of the notes and information gathered by Dr. Outlaw on that first interaction with the patient, correct?
Yes,
And you indicated a little while ago in your testimony that McLean is affiliated with the Brigham
Correct.
Hospital and Mass General. So is it fair to say that those records from Mass General are available to you at McLean?
yes,
And again, you indicated that that APS evaluation is something that's done at the emergency room, right?
yes.
And is it common that that information come along with the patient?
I don't know.
No, good. Just if you could answer that. You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, all right, next question.
In this instance, when you reviewed the records, were you aware or did you see that there was some note to the APS evaluation from the Mass General ER?
I saw the excerpt of the APS evaluation in Dr. Outlaw's note.
Okay. And that excerpt from the APS evaluation was conducted by somebody by the name of Dr. Hogan, correct?
Correct.
And did you review a portion of the record indicating that the patient said to Dr. Hogan or reported thoughts of wishing to be dead but no plan,
Yes,
and that there was no violent or homicidal ideation, right?
yes,
And that was observed at Mass General to have no evidence of psychosis, mania, obsessions, or current anxiety symptoms.
correct.
So that's information that you knew before you met with the patient.
Yes,
And as far as what's reported when the patient comes to McLean, and in this instance, when Lindsay Clancy came, are you aware she reported during that clinical evaluation center evaluation that at the beginning of December, she had started Seroquel and Remeron and started to have intrusive and suicidal thoughts,
yes,
that she attributed that to medication?
yes.
Okay, and so what was the plan, the first plan that came out of that clinical evaluation center evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
She was continued on the medication she was admitted on. You know, the plan, they do the checks, they decide what medical monitoring you need, but she basically was admitted and
Okay.
the medications were the same.
And what was the security level, or how long were the checks assigned to her after this evaluation?
15 minutes.
And was she considered to be a high risk upon coming into the inpatient unit, or was she minimal risk?
Low. Minimal, yeah.
And were you aware of what's called the provisional diagnosis that was assigned to this patient when she arrived?
I don't recall what the provisional diagnosis was, but I do know that they do assign a diagnosis. I don't recall it. I must have seen it in the records, but I think there are like 5 different diagnoses.
Just referring to what's already been marked as Exhibit 79, I'm going to draw your attention to page 24.
Thank you. Right, okay, I think I remember. Yes,
Okay, does that refresh your memory as to the provisional diagnosis?
yes.
And what was it?
Major depressive disorder, severe without psychotic features.
Now, what does the provisional diagnosis mean to you when you're assigned a patient?
That this is the assessment of the psychiatrist who saw her at that time.
Do you have to stick with that diagnosis, or are you free to change that based on your experiences with the patient?
The diagnosis I give the patient is dependent on what my interactions are and the observations of the team.
Now, for this particular patient, Ms. Clancy, on January 1st, when she got situated onto the unit after that first evaluation by Dr. Outlaw, are you aware that she was then seen later in that day on January 1st?
Yes,
And were you the doctor who saw her, or was there somebody else?
it was a different psychiatrist.
Okay, and who was the psychiatrist that saw her on January 1st?
It was Dr. Madwa.
And that would be Dr. Elizabeth Madva.
Correct.
Again, is she a psychiatrist as well?
Yes,
And so this occurred while you were not in the hospital, right?
yes,
And were you able to review the notes, the admission notes of Dr. Madva regarding her interactions with this patient on January 1st at approximately 12:47 p.m.?
yes,
And again, as far as these interactions go with the patient and the psychiatrist, it's more of a conversation, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's a conversation when you meet with a patient.
Yes,
You ask them how they're feeling, get
it's a,
information that you think is necessary. Is that fair to say?
it's a conversation, and also you gather information.
And so do you rely on things that were reported before?
Yes,
But you also ask follow-up questions, right?
correct.
And as far as your review of Dr. Madva's interaction with Ms. Clancy on January 1st, is it clear to you that she did that?
Yes,
You reviewed her history with her and spoke with her about how she was feeling.
yes,
At the time she spoke with Dr. Madva, you where she said that she denied feeling depressed and denied any passive death wishes or suicidal thoughts, but reports feeling numb.
yes,
She reports she can't feel any emotion other than mild anxiety at now being in a hospital setting.
yes.
After Ms. Clancy was seen by Dr. Madva, were you aware of what the plan was regarding her medication?
Yes.
And what was the plan?
Ms. Clancy complained, there were several symptoms. One of the things that she did complain about was the numbness, and Dr. Madhva did, hear that and hear her concern, and that she had been sensitive to many different medications. So she,
Well, let me ask, if I can ask a question.
You finish with your answer?
so she determined that it was possible that the numbness the patient was complaining of was a side effect of the medication she was on, and the plan was to taper that medication and observe the patient to see whether the numbness went away and also if any other symptoms became evident.
So the medications, you were aware of the medications that Ms. Clancy came into McLean on, right?
Yes,
And what medications were those?
Seroquel at 100 milligrams a day, Valium, 2 milligrams. I don't remember the frequency. I think it was per day. And
Again, we're gonna let her finish.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I have no problem. She looks correct.
so Seroquel, Valium, and Benadryl.
Do you remember or do you recall Remeron being one of the drugs that were described or reported by Ms. Clancy?
When
she came in, that she reported taking Remeron?
In the past, yes.
And again, in that report from the patient about past history, do you recall her indicating that one of the providers had suspected a bipolar disorder?
Yes.
In your interactions with Ms. Clancy and your review of the interaction she had with other psychiatrists, did she appear to agree with that diagnosis?
Did who appear to agree?
Ms. Clancy.
Rephrase that question.
Ms. Clancy, did
Yes.
she disagreed with the diagnosis?
Okay. The fact that she came in and she was on 100 milligrams of
Kevin Reddington's getting a little frustrated, huh? As he's looking a little frustrated with this witness. We'll see. I'm looking forward to his cross. Okay. The flight was another story. Oh boy. Okay.
Seroquel or more, would that have been something that was significant to you in considering a bipolar diagnosis?
Seroquel is used for several purposes. It is not just used for bipolar illness.
Okay. And Ms. Clancy also reported coming to McLean issues with insomnia, correct?
Yes,
Is Seroquel sometimes used in low doses to address insomnia?
yes.
Now, as far as the plan from January 1st, you indicated that Dr. Madhva recommended reducing the Seroquel and then monitoring symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that Ms. Clancy saw Dr. Madhva again on January 2nd?
Yes.
And again, that was prior to your first point of contact with her.
Yes.
As far as what you know from reviewing the record, you're aware that that Ms. Clancy reported that she slept well on lesser dose of Seroquel.
Yes.
Did she report any delusions, hallucinations, or suicidal or homicidal ideation?
No.
And as far as after the check-in with Dr. Madhva on the 2nd, was the plan to continue to decrease the Seroquel?
Dr. Madhva was going to continue her on 75 milligrams, and then the next day she would have gone down to 50 milligrams.
Do we know if
And on these first few days that Lindsay Clancy
does anybody know if this one is on the civil case? Is she being sued? Is McLean and the providers there being sued too on the civil case? I haven't looked. I need to look at that stuff.
was at McLean Hospital from January 1st until you actually saw her on January 3rd. You're aware that in addition to seeing Dr. Outlaw at the intake and Dr. Madhva on 2 occasions on the 1st and the 2nd, that there were also notes in the record for you to review from nurses who interacted with her on January 1st at 5:20 a.m., right?
Yes.
From nurse January 1st at 6:28 a.m.
That's what I figured. It doesn't sound like the assessment and everything was very not good. Not good. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
A nurse interacting with her on January 1st at 10:34 a.m.
Yes.
And that she actually participated in a group activity with a social worker at 12:03 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And that a nurse interacted with her and made notes at 2:07 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And that she saw a mental health worker at 9:33 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And in relation to January 2nd, a nurse made note of interaction with her on 9:46 on the 2nd, right?
I remember there were interactions. I don't remember the exact
Okay.
time.
But fair to say on the 2nd, she interacted with nurses and Dr. Madva,
Yes.
based on your review. Now, going to January 3rd, that was the first face-to-face contact you had with the patient, correct?
Yes.
Prior to meeting with her, had you reviewed all of these notes and all of the information up to that date?
Yes.
And did you go through, again, a report of history with her?
Yes.
Were you able to make an assessment of her mental status during that interaction with her?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her mental status?
I can't. I can remember certain elements, but I don't remember. She was dressed in, she was appropriately dressed. Her speech was of normal rate and volume. Behaviorally, she was polite and cooperative. Her mood, I don't remember exactly. It's a quote, so I don't remember exactly what she quoted her mood as being. Can you could, it would be in the medical record.
Yeah, 1 moment. I'm just going to approach if that's okay.
Yeah. And just so the records are Exhibit 79?
Yes.
All right, so those records, you'll have those with you.
So I have both pages 61 through 66. So that's your note. If you can take a look at that. Let me know. Does that refresh your memory as to what your observations were of her mood?
Yes.
What was her mood?
Anxious.
And did you observe signs of anxiety, or did she tell you that she felt anxious?
She appeared anxious.
And her affect, did you observe it to be congruent to her mood?
Yes.
And you examined her and found her to have linear thinking and appear goal-directed, right?
Yes.
And as far as addressing kind of why she was there and what your recommendations were, ultimately, what were you trying to address or accomplish in the treatment plan with Ms. Clancy?
That's a very broad question.
Okay, I can break it down if that's okay.
Yes.
So as far as once you had a chance to sit and talk with her, what did she identify to you to be her main concerns that she wanted to address during her stay at McLean?
She did not want to be dependent on an antipsychotic medication, which is what Seroquel's class is, even though it's used for insomnia and other indications, depression. She didn't want to be dependent on Seroquel to be able to fall asleep.
Okay, and so fair to say she was very concerned about wanting to sleep at night.
Yes.
And she was very concerned about her symptomology, or what she was experiencing by way of symptoms from various medications, right?
Yes.
And that concept, or the phrase numbness, did she use that a few times?
Yes.
And again, you mentioned Dr. Madva was concerned about the numbness with the medication. In your experience with Seroquel, is that also a common side effect for people to feel numb?
It can be one of the side effects that people can have.
Okay. And as far as the suicidal statements that you were aware of from the prior reports, did you go through that with her about whether she presented to you with suicidal ideation?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Did you talk to her about her thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether she had any specific plan?
Yes.
Did she have any plan?
No.
Had she reported that she had ever had a plan for suicide?
No.
And did she tell you there were reasons why she thought she wouldn't commit suicide?
Yes.
And what were those reasons?
Her children and her family, her mother.
So after this face-to-face interaction with her and kind of going through her history and having reviewed what you had, the information you had about her, what did you develop as a plan for her while she was at McLean?
I continued with the plan to taper her off Seroquel and to monitor whether her symptoms improved, but also to see if she could sleep while she was off of Seroquel. And to really observe symptoms and mood.
During this first interaction with her, was there any conversation about how long she would stay or what her plan might be after she left McLean?
When we met the first time, Lindsay said that she had her daughter's birthday coming up on the weekend, and that it had been planned months ahead of that date, and she was hoping that she could be there that weekend, so she could be with the kids and family who was going to come for the birthday party.
Now, the concept of kind of tapering her off the Seroquel and monitoring her symptoms, did that seem like a realistic goal to you?
Yes.
And now, after having spoken to her and developing this plan, were you also cognizant or thinking about the potential for a bipolar disorder
Yes.
diagnosis? And so how did that affect how you approached this plan to taper?
Again, we were observing for any symptoms that would indicate that she might have bipolar disorder.
And where she had reported that she had issues with sleep, was that also something of concern to you if there was the potential for a bipolar disorder
Yes.
and reduction of medication? What was the concern for the sleep?
I think people's mental health is negatively affected if they cannot sleep, whether it's bipolar disorder or depression. And so sleep is important.
Okay, and so a person that you might be considering for a bipolar diagnosis would lack of sleep make you watch for symptoms of hypomania?
Yes, sleep deprivation can lead to a bipolar episode, a hypomanic manic episode.
So you wanted to monitor her patterns and her sleep and her mood to see if there was any evidence of that, correct?
Yes.
In this first interaction where you identified a plan, did you also make a suggestion about a particular medication that she might consider after the Seroquel had been discontinued?
Yes.
What was the alternative medication, if you will?
It was Cymbalta, which is an antidepressant.
And was that something that you intended to prescribe for her while she was there, or was it something that you suggested that she could consider as an outpatient?
It was just a consideration. It would depend on how she was doing after she was off of the Seroquel.
Now, what about the Valium? Was there a plan to address tapering or weaning her off Valium or an alternative to Valium?
Yes, I switched her from Valium to Ativan
Okay.
because it has a shorter half-life. And, in my experience, it manages anxiety well.
And were you aware that she had taken Ativan before?
Yes.
And did she report any concerns about Ativan or benzodiazepines in general?
Yes.
And what was the concern she reported to you?
She stated that her husband had concerns about her being on a benzodiazepine.
During this interaction with her on the January 3rd, did you observe any signs of psychosis?
No.
And in the notes and the interactions with the providers prior to your meeting between January 1st and January 3rd, did anyone ever note any symptoms or concerns for psychosis?
No.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also still in that what was considered the postpartum period, right? She had had a child in May of 2022.
That's a tricky question to answer because different organizations or agencies assign postpartum a different length of time.
Okay, and so in your training experience and your experience as a person who diagnoses,
Yes.
Did you consider postpartum as part of what you had to figure out here with this patient? Or was it
Yes.
really not a consideration?
It was.
Okay, and why was it for you?
I mean, she had a child, and the risk of postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis is a serious consideration.
Now, after this first meeting with Ms. Clancy on the 3rd, were you able to give her, in your own opinion, a diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was that?
You said after the 3rd?
Right.
Okay, so that would mean one meeting.
Yes.
I gave her a diagnosis of insomnia with a mental health condition because one day of observation wasn't sufficient for me to figure out if she truly, to give a solid diagnosis because it sticks with the patient.
Right. Fair to say you just didn't have enough information at that point.
Correct.
Okay. So again, you saw her on January 3rd, and that was approximately 9:15 a.m., right?
If
Do you
that's what
recall?
it says. Yeah.
Well, at the top of your inpatient progress note on page 61 of the exhibit, if I say the data service reads 1/3/23 at 9:15, would that be where you would note the time you were scheduled to speak with the patient?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that on that same day, on January 3rd, that in addition to meeting with you, that she met with a social worker at 10:07 a.m., right?
Yes, the social worker and I would have met with her together.
Okay. But then the social worker would have their own note if there was any interaction that they were noting, and also a nurse as well.
Yes.
Right? And that on the 3rd, that Ms. Clancy participated in a group at 12:02 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And engaged with a mental health worker at 12:22 p.m., right?
I do know that she engaged with the mental health worker. The times are
Okay.
not something I recall.
If I indicate that the records show she did
Yes.
another group at 2:36 p.m., would that sound right?
Yes.
That she then declined a group at 3:50 p.m.
Yes.
and then saw another mental health worker in the evening before presumably she went to bed 8:52 p.m.
Yes.
Did you see her on January 4th?
Yes.
And so again, is this the same protocol? You meet, you talk, you discuss. Did you talk to her about how the previous night's sleep went?
Yes.
And how was that night's sleep?
She reported sleeping well.
Well,
I don't remember the exact words, but she said she slept. And
Okay. And do you remember having a conversation with her again on that day, January 4th, about going home?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Originally, I think we were thinking, we had talked about discharge on Friday, and she stated that she was anxious being in the hospital, and that she wanted to be discharged so she could be home with her family and her children.
And so did she ask to leave earlier than Friday?
Yes.
And when she asked to leave earlier than Friday, what was your response to that?
Whenever I said she could leave provided she had psychiatric follow-up the next day.
And why did you do that?
I wanted to ensure that if she wasn't able to sleep that night after discharge, that she could speak with somebody about it so that they could come up with a plan to ensure she could sleep and to monitor how she was doing off the medication.
And was there kind of a secondary reason that you had asked that she make sure she make an appointment before discharge?
Yes, it was also to assess whether she could think clearly and follow directions and get it together. We asked her to set up the appointment herself, and she was able to do that. She responded within an hour. She told the social worker that she had gotten an appointment, and the social worker had asked her for a fax number so that we could we could send the discharge summary, and she provided the fax number as well.
And now on this day that you had met her on January 4th, she reported that she slept well. Do you recall what dose of Seroquel she was down to at that point? Had she reached 0?
On which day?
On the 4th, when you saw her.
I'd have to walk myself through this. So I know she was on 75 milligrams the night of the 1st, 75 milligrams the night of the 2nd. On the night of the 3rd, we decreased it to 50 milligrams. On the night of the 4th, she would have been on 25 milligrams.
Right. And fair to say that on the 4th, your plan was to continue to taper her so that she would be at 0 for Seroquel, take no Seroquel on Thursday night, right?
Correct.
And that she would be restarted on Ativan, and that she'd have the trazodone available if she needed it.
She was already on Ativan during her admission and was taking it at night. She also had trazodone, which is a sleep medication. It has sedating properties, so it can be used for sleep. So yes, she had that. She had the option to take that as well.
And so, did you have a concern about her leaving on Thursday, the 5th, without having monitored her at no Seroquel?
I did not have any concerns about her safety or a risk for anybody else.
Okay, but as far as from a diagnostic perspective, would you have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns and her mood?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you didn't have a concern for her safety. So what, in your time that you were with her, that you met with her, and all the information that we reviewed, what were identified as maybe protective factors that made you feel comfortable that she was safe?
She was, there's several things. She was future oriented. She was clearly invested in her children. She was a caring mother, just like a caring mother. She had her parents around to help her. She had family and supports. We ensured that she would have outpatient psychiatric care for follow-up. She didn't have a history of suicide. She had no history of psychosis, postpartum psychosis. She had a stable place to live. So
the statement that she made to you that she wouldn't have completed the act of suicide because of her kids or her mom, was that something that you considered?
Absolutely.
And the fact that during the time from admission on January 1st to the time she was discharged on January 5th, that she didn't make statements supporting suicidal ideation, was that a factor that you considered?
Yes.
And at no time during the time she was at McLean did she ever indicate that she had ever reported or had thoughts of harming anyone else, did she?
She had never stated that she had any thoughts of harming anybody else.
And ultimately, at the end of that conversation with her, or the hour later, she was able to secure that appointment that you asked her to on her own.
Correct.
And so knowing that now the discharge has moved up a day, what was your plan for medication for her upon discharge?
She would have continued on the Ativan to help her sleep at night. That was a short-term plan. Once she was feeling better or was able to sleep or her mood came back to baseline, she could taper off of it. She had trazodone to use as needed, and melatonin.
And as far as your recommendations for medication, it would be no more Seroquel. I guess, let me ask that question a different way.
Yes.
You didn't give her a new prescription for a different dosage of Seroquel, did you?
No.
And did you advise her to take Seroquel when she was home if she felt that she needed it?
I would assume she would take what I had prescribed.
Just to back up 1 second, as part of this treatment team plan for patients at McLean Hospital, is it fair to say that either you or other members of the team, either a mental health worker, social worker, or nurse, sometimes reach out to collateral in order to try to gather information and assess a patient?
Yes,
And in this instance, are you aware that somebody reached out to Patrick Clancy to speak with him about his wife and her care?
yes,
And were you aware that he reported that she hadn't ever had suicidal thoughts,
yes,
and that he actually reported to the social worker that she was concerned about dependency,
yes,
but she had told you that her husband was concerned. Is that correct?
yes,
And that he felt that she had succumbed to social pressure to take psychiatric medications because her friends were taking them?
that's what he told the social worker.
And you're aware that he had made statements that he was unhappy with the medical care she was receiving at McLean?
He said, I don't think
Were you aware that he said he was very unhappy with the medical care she received?
she received. Yes, she didn't specify. He didn't specify McLean.
Okay, thank you. And as far as you're aware, the patient themselves, Ms. Clancy, she never complained that she wasn't getting seen by staff or doctors, was she?
She never complained of that.
Did she ever file any sort of complaint with the hospital?
No.
And is there a mechanism for a person to file a complaint if they feel like they're not being treated?
Absolutely.
And is that information posted all over the units?
It is posted on the unit and the forms are available.
And a person, even if they're not on a one-to-one or directly interacting with a mental health worker or social worker, do they always have the ability to request to speak to somebody?
Absolutely.
And so even when maybe somebody from their team is not there or working, is there somebody always on call, a mental health worker, a social worker, a psychiatrist, a nurse, for a person to speak to if they felt they needed to?
Yes.
And in addition to your meeting with her on January 4th, and after coming up with that plan for discharge on the 5th, are you aware that she then continued to engage in groups on the 5th, and that she continued to engage with mental health workers and social workers?
Yes.
And do you recall when she was discharged on the 5th? Was it in the morning or in the evening?
Afternoon, probably around 3-ish is my recall.
And upon discharge, was she provided with information that she could use when she was home? Like resources?
Yes.
And do you recall that she had asked about resources to find a new doctor at some point?
Yes.
And that she ultimately reported to the social worker that she felt comfortable managing at home?
Yes.
I may have one moment.
Sure.
So upon discharge, what did you actually prescribe her?
A 14-day supply of Ativan and a 14-day supply of trazodone.
Okay. And when you were having conversations with her about her thoughts of suicide or her thoughts of wanting to die, was she expressly asked if she wanted to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her answer, if you recall?
She denied that.
She denied that?
Yes.
And was she specifically asked if she had a plan to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her answer to that?
She denied it.
And was she specifically asked if she wanted to harm anyone else?
Yes.
And did she provide an answer for that?
She denied it.
And those are standard questions you would ask at every interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
And prior to discharge, she would also be asked those questions again, correct?
Yes.
Because if her answers changed at any point, it would have changed your plan, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Bennington.
Just like to start off just by asking, District Attorney asked you about resources that were provided to her. What were the resources?
We had this. We had discussed going on Psychology Today, where
I'm sorry?
she was aware of the website Psychology Today.
The website.
Yes, she was given the name of a case manager through her insurance, who she could contact for assistance in finding new providers.
So other than telling her about the website for Psychology Today
Okay.
and talking about her insurance company and what they would allow for her to reach out for what, other providers? Is that what it was?
Can you restate that?
Sure, of course. You referenced her insurance company.
Yes.
I mean, that's a major consideration in medical treatment, is it not? What a person has for insurance?
No.
No?
I don't understand what you mean by
You know what insurance is? I mean, as far as like a person paying their bills for medical treatment or psychiatric treatment.
The insurance is important because who you can see is limited by what insurance you
Right.
have.
So that's what I was asking as far as the insurance. You referenced that on the resources, when the DA asked you about resources, and I asked you what were the resources, and you said going on the website for Psychology Today, right?
Yes.
And that you spoke to her about her insurance, right?
We gave her the name of a case manager who she could contact and her telephone number in case she wanted to find other providers. They would be able to look at their database and figure out what providers would be within the distance she was comfortable with, whether they were male or female, if she had a preference, and if she had any preference about any specialization.
Okay. And in reference to the insurance, what is the insurance? You answered the question about insurance. I'm just asking, what is the involvement of insurance in that offer of resources?
I don't understand your question.
Right, maybe I didn't understand your answer. That's why I apologize. You had indicated that in addition to telling her to go on the website for
Yes.
Psychology Today, that
Hold
you
on.
spoke about her insurance and
All right, hold on. I want to see Psychology Today real quick. Let me share this instead. All right, Psychology Today. Find a therapist, get help, read the magazine, take some tests. Why is your brain still foggy? Taylor Swift and the Psychology of Reputation. Could you fall in love with a what? The Joy of Longing. On the Origin of Healthy Mind. 21 million Americans now use cannabis daily. Why are we suckers for pseudoscientific personality tests? Yeah, I think that's going to work. That's what she needs. She would have done better sending her to postpartum.net. That's the one I keep telling people to look at. It actually has resources on there and group therapy and stuff. What the hell? Okay, I'll go back. Oh my goodness gracious. Bye-bye. Here's a magazine. Check out the page 25. It talks about working out and getting a beach body for mind well-being.
other providers that would be permitted, I guess, under her insurance.
Not every patient, the fact that she had a case manager at Blue Cross Blue Shield was an added benefit because they could assist her in finding providers.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
All right. Other than the case manager from Blue Cross Blue Shield and to do research off of the website for Psychology Today, what resources were provided to this woman?
Go,
There are
Kevin.
numerous resources that are printed on the after visit summary. I don't know each and every one of them, but I think they would be in the medical record.
Okay. And that's something that is provided to a patient when they leave.
Discharge instructions.
She came in on a voluntary. Is that correct? In other words, I know she was transported by an ambulance, but nevertheless, it was that she and her husband, Patrick, wanted her to be treated at McLean, correct?
She came in and signed in on a voluntary.
In other words, there were no orders of a court, no judge ordering that she be committed or anything like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And she came in on, was it New Year's Eve? January 1st?
Yes.
And do you know
As
what
my
time she came in?
experience as a
think she-
case manager, you know, you can only do so much. But honestly, she probably could have used a high risk OB case manager or post like what I do or did. But there's not enough. Like for them to not directly refer her to someone, it wasn't going to help at this point. Seriously dumb. How many other fragile psych patients were advised to check out websites? I know. It's ridiculous. Horrible, for sure. Hopping off for a meeting. Okay, we'll see you in a bit. All right, let's continue because he's so far making a point here.
She arrived at the CEC around 4.
Now, would you agree that on New Year's Eve in McLean Hospital, that ward is pretty much running on a skeleton crew?
I can't speak to something I'm not there.
I mean, it's, obviously you're not there, but what about other people? Was it skeleton crew New Year's Eve? Or
You
was
would have to ask somebody who was there.
Well, you've worked there for what, 7 years?
5.
5 years. And what is the ward that she was on?
AB1 South.
81 South?
A as an apple, B as in boy, 1 South.
South. And how many doctors
What's the ratio?
work at AB South, on whatever shifts that you may have?
There are 4 psychiatrists that assigned who work on AB1 South.
Now, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, that's it.
And does that include you?
Yes.
And approximately how many nurses work on AB South?
I wouldn't know, but I know that there is a nurse assigned to each team and that there are 4 teams. Sometimes, yeah, in general.
4 teams on AB South, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say a team,
What's the
that consists
ratio?
of what? A psychiatrist, a nurse perhaps, or what?
A psychiatrist, a nurse, a social worker, and an assigned mental health worker.
And what are the shifts that this team would work?
There are 3 shifts.
Okay. And would that be like 7 to 11 or 11 to 4, that type of thing?
I think there's 7-hour shifts or 8-hour shifts. I don't know the exact times.
All right. And are you assigned a shift or do you just go whenever you want?
We are not assigned shifts.
And when she was presented to the hospital, she went through that initial evaluation that you told us about, the CEC. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you
CEC, maybe you were talking about the
yeah,
CEC?
can you repeat the question?
Sure. When she admitted herself and was escorted onto AB South, that's where she was evaluated?
She was evaluated in the CEC by the psychiatrist. Then she came to the unit and was seen by Dr. Madwa later the same day. So she met 2 psychiatrists on January 1st.
Okay. So you have a woman that has admitted herself to McLean
Yeah.
on New Year's for help, right?
Yes,
And she was evaluated at the CEC. Is that on that ward or is that a different part of the hospital?
it's a different part.
And how long does that evaluation typically take?
I can't speak to that. I don't work in the CEC.
What do you do in the CEC? What happens in the CEC? Does this person sit down and they get interviewed, or what do they do?
There's a full psychiatric evaluation.
And a full psychiatric evaluation consists of what?
A chief complaint, a history of, so basically a history of present illness, which would be what brings the person into the hospital.
Okay.
They review past psychiatric history, substance use history, social history, family history. They do a mental status exam, and then they make an assessment.
And they would be the CEC?
Psychiatrist,
And that would be the psychiatrist that you're referring to,
Dr. Outlaw.
Dr. Outlaw. Now, how long does a CEC typically take?
I do not know. It
I
depends on the
imagine-
speed of the person seeing the patient.
I imagine that at some point, a psychiatrist or a social worker or somebody must get into the prior history that the patient had prior to coming to your doorstep, right?
That is a part of the evaluation, yes.
Okay. And you had a chance, as the district attorney asked you, as to whether or not you were able to review the medical records that involved Lindsay Clancy's treatment at McLean Hospital for the 4.5 days, right?
I was able to review the CEC note, which had an excerpt of the MGH evaluation and the notes that were available to me since January 1st at McLean.
Now, as a psychiatrist, I mean, when she goes to the hospital, she's your patient, right?
She's
She's your patient.
Yes,
Yes. And as a doctor, what you want to do is get all the information that's available on why this person is in your locked ward, right?
yes.
So did you do inquiry into her prior history, or was that left to the CEC person or the social worker?
That is part of the evaluation.
And the evaluation is CEC.
And when I see her as well.
All right. So do you sometimes, when I say you, I mean you or the social worker or the CEC person, do you talk to people like third party? I think you said third party contacts?
Yes,
All right.
the social worker does.
Okay. So, and you review the records. So when did the social worker talk to the first psychiatrist that she went to see?
The social worker contacted Patrick.
Well, I know you.
Yes, it started out as IV therapy. You have to be admitted for it. It's actually has really good results. And it's a 3-day treatment, and they inpatient them on IV therapy for it. But that's for postpartum depression, and yeah, there's good luck with it. I think they recently started as oral 14-day treatment, not that long ago, maybe within the last 5 years at the most. But yeah, that's definitely postpartum depression. It's not really for postpartum psychosis, but initially people present mostly with postpartum depression, which I think was very much overlooked in her case at this point. And yes, postpartum psychosis is a medical emergency. Exactly.
I know you told us that you contacted Patrick and that Patrick.
Also, a lot of insurance doesn't pay for the IV. I believe it's very, very, very expensive. And obviously it's a brand name. It's not generic yet. So that was the problem I came across with my patients. It was just too expensive to be admitted and get on the IV therapy for it. But it works. But you know, pharmacology, farm med. Hospital placing all the onus on patient in crisis to provide what they need. I know it's so wild. When I was at UC Davis, hi Kayla, they did a trial of the IV PPD meds. Hi Kayla, for moms up to 6 months PP at a time. It was working. I remember when we were working together, it was something that we talked about a lot, but it was super expensive, right? But it works. I believe it. They've had really good results with it. But I've never seen it in action. Okie dokie.
Patrick gave some history about the benzodiazepines that he was concerned about and he thought she wasn't getting good medical care. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. You know that she had medical treatment
Yes.
before she came to McLean.
yes.
Okay. Who's her psychiatrist?
The nurse practitioner she was seeing prior to coming to McLean, I was aware of that person.
Would that be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes,
Did you speak to her?
No.
Did you look at her records?
I did not have access to them.
Why not?
They aren't in the same medical record system.
Well, the same medical record system is just so that you have access to MGH, you have access to Brigham and Women's Hospital because it's all part of some big computer information access you have. What about other healthcare providers? Can you get
Yeah,
access
but
to
you
their
can
records?
always, hold on.
Not immediately.
They can always have records faxed, right? That's how we do it. We need your records. I mean, maybe not at midnight, but the next day, somewhere along the way. And is he going into the whole Epic thing because their records weren't in Epic? Is that because somebody had mentioned the Epic, why she didn't have access to that system? Not everybody uses the same system. The last hospital I worked at, we used Cerner. So yeah, you would have to go through medical records, get the records, or how about doing a peer-to-peer conversation with the other doctor? I think that's a thing too.
How about if you have a release signed by a patient under the HIPAA law? You know what the HIPAA law is, obviously, right?
Yes,
And just tell me, what does that actually mean that a patient allows someone to look at their medical records?
yes,
And Lindsay was very, very cooperative with you guys, wasn't she?
yes.
Did anyone ever ask her to sign a HIPAA release for anyone to get access to nurse practitioner Gelada's records?
No,
How about psychiatrist Tufts records?
no.
How about,
And I think I mentioned this before, when I was working case management, and Kayla can back me up, we could get access to the systems that were used. And we actually had history. In fact, I said before, I told somebody, oh, I see you have a history of blah, blah, blah. And she's like, nobody's supposed to know that. And I'm like, not a secret. It's right here in your insurance. Your insurance knows everything. So it's kind of like a dance around, in my opinion, what she's doing right now.
nurse practitioner Paul's records?
No.
Who's Letitia Dukes?
She was a social worker, I think, that Lindsay saw at South Shore at the perinatal program.
Okay. And do you know when she went to the South Shore, Rhode Island perinatal program?
I know it was prior to admission. I don't remember the exact dates.
Do you know what recommendations that she had received at that point?
No, other than the medication.
Do you know what medication she was actually on when she presented to McLean Hospital?
Seroquel and Valium.
What is it?
Seroquel and Valium.
You knew that Dr. Tufts was the first psychiatrist that she actually consulted, correct?
I believe so.
And when again, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you made reference to the fact, or maybe the DA made reference in questioning you about the fact that she was looking for doctors for some type of medication or something. Is that fair?
That's a very vague statement. I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Well, actually, she saw Dr. Tufts because Dr. Tufts advertised that she was an expert in perinatal care, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Oh, sorry. I wouldn't know why she saw Dr. Tufts.
Do you know what medication Dr. Tufts prescribed to her?
From what Lindsay told me, yes.
What?
Zoloft was the first.
All right. So Dr. Tufts, according to Lindsay, provided her, Lindsay, with Zoloft, which is an SSRI, correct?
It's an antidepressant in that class, yes.
Okay, so when you say an antidepressant in that class, the class would be selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, right?
Yes.
And that's pretty powerful stuff, isn't it?
I don't know what you mean by powerful.
No? Well, are you supposed to prescribe Zoloft or sertraline to a person that has bipolar?
I think it all depends on what you're seeing when you see the patient.
All right. So it's important, I would imagine then, to be fair in your evaluation of this young woman that came to your hospital for help on New Year's, to find out what any evaluations were of her condition, her presentation, her symptomology, when she saw that first psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, right?
Lindsay was cooperative and she was forthcoming. I had no reason to think that she would not provide us with what other providers thought, just like she told us that Tufts said she was worried about bipolar disorder. And
I apologize.
Yeah.
Tufts advised her that she was worried
no,
about
sorry, it was,
Gelada?
yes,
Okay.
sorry, thank you.
That's all right, no problem. And again, if you have records, you want to look at them, that's fine, because I know it's tough to have all this stuff in your head.
Yes, thank you.
And so Dr. Tufts prescribed the Zoloft to her, and you knew that right after the initial prescription of Zoloft. Do you know how many milligrams she was prescribed initially by Dr. Tufts?
Lindsay, I think, stated it was 25.
Okay. And then Dr. Tufts increased it to what, 100?
Lindsay said it was increased to 50.
50, all right. So, and again, you're in a, I don't know if it's appropriate to say, but you're in a mental institution, right? That's where you work at McLean
Yes.
Hospital. Okay, and it's a locked ward, right?
Yes,
And she's a patient that's coming to you for help, right?
yes.
Is it appropriate for a doctor to take what that patient is telling you as a history? Or do you have to verify it or talk to other healthcare providers to make sure that they're not just running off and making something up?
I had no reason to believe that she was not a reliable reporter.
Because she seemed very forthright, right?
Yes,
She seemed very honest in her disclosure of her symptomology, right?
yes.
One of the things, one of the tools that you in the mental health field have access to is psychiatric testing, right?
Yes,
Okay. You have, for example, one tool, and I think psychologists, and there are psychologists that are on staff, I would imagine, at McLean as well.
no, not on that unit.
As a psychiatrist, you don't administer psychiatric
There's
or
no
psychological testing, do you?
psychologist there?
No,
All right.
Wait, hold
But
on.
for example,
There's no psychologist there? That's weird. I find that strange. Oh, you did. You had to postpone it. So you get to hang out with us.
you've got the Beck inventory test, or what's called the MMPI test. You're familiar with those, right?
these are forms and forms that the patient can fill out.
Right. And one of the tests is the MMPI, which is Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
I have heard of that.
Okay. And you know that one of the things that it determines is if they call it the K scale, whether or not somebody is lying or minimizing, or not minimizing, but lying about their symptomology, right?
I don't know much about the scale.
Well, that's a tool that can give someone information as to the person's presentation of their symptomology. That would be important as to their honesty of whether or not they're trying to minimize or whether or not they're trying to falsely project their symptomology, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Were you aware that there were ever any psychological testing administered to Lindsay? MMPI or Beck or anything?
No.
Okay. How many times did she call or reach out to help for a suicide hotline?
I don't know.
Wouldn't that be something important to find out if the person who you're suggesting was denying suicidality or suicidal ideation upon your evaluation that she called out to suicide hotlines?
She was telling, she told us that she was having suicidal thoughts,
Right.
but had no intent or plan. So I do know that she was struggling with suicidal ideation.
Right. Anybody else that you talked to? Or did you
Patrick.
talk to anybody else?
I know the social worker talked to Patrick,
Patrick.
and he did give the information he gave.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, as you're investigating the history of this patient, you're not aware, no idea that she had reached out on not one but two occasions to a suicide hotline. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. Did you know that when she was first prescribed the Zoloft by Dr. Tufts at 25 milligrams, then increased to 50 milligrams, that she then reported that she was unable to sleep?
she
For
shared
40
that with us. Yeah,
Was that-
sorry, I'm sorry. I
No,
didn't.
go ahead, no problem. What is it?
I'm going to let you finish the question.
Okay, thank you. No big deal. It's just that she reported that she went for 48 hours without sleep.
I don't remember that time quoted. I know she had difficulty sleeping.
You indicated in your testimony that, and I quote, "I would have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns," right? Do you remember saying that?
Following the changes in the medications that we were making.
So sleep pattern would be just what it says, sleep pattern, like you sleep from 9 at night till 7 in the morning or
Yes.
12 at night, whatever your pattern would be, right?
Yes,
And why is a sleep pattern important for you as a psychiatrist trying to evaluate your patient?
because difficulty sleeping is a symptom of several different conditions, and it can worsen several different conditions.
And you know that she had reported severe anxiety, right?
She was struggling with anxiety, yes.
Struggling with anxiety. And she was having not just insomnia, but she had very, very severe insomnia, didn't she?
She wasn't able to sleep.
And you would prefer to have more information about sleep patterns, is what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's what you said.
I know that we were able to observe her sleep while she was on the unit. Once she left the unit, I would not know how she was sleeping, which is why we referred her to somebody else so that they could continue to monitor her symptoms.
Obviously. So let's put the time that you are observing her or that your social workers are investigating to whatever extent they did, her background, what were her sleep patterns that were important to you prior to New Year's 2023?
The amount of sleep is important.
Yeah, and you said that. You already said I would have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns.
After she was in, if I was going to continue to evaluate her, I would want to observe her sleep, is what I meant.
Oh, so you didn't mean that as an evaluator of her prior medical history, trying to get a history of your patient for purposes of diagnosis and treatment, that you wanted to know what her sleep patterns were. You didn't mean that you meant prior?
The history of whether somebody is struggling with insomnia is important, and the patient can relay that to me.
Okay. You ever heard of patients that minimize their symptoms and lie about their symptoms sometimes?
Yes,
Okay. So it's important to corroborate what the person is telling you, right? I mean, you want to talk to somebody else objective to find out what, if any, evidence there is of symptomology.
and we did that with.
I'm sorry?
So when a patient presents and they're talking to us, it is not just about what they are saying. It's about their body language, their eye contact. You can get a sense of whether a person is being honest or whether they're lying. And we are not, we're providers. The patient is there to get help. They're going to tell us what is bothering them and what they're concerned about. That's why they're in the hospital.
This woman was in a locked ward. She couldn't walk off your unit, could she?
That is what a psychiatric unit is.
Right. And she was very sick, wasn't she?
I don't know what you mean by very sick.
Really? You indicated that you would assume that she would take what I prescribed. Do you do that with all of your patients? Assume that when they have mental disease or a defect that they would do what they're told?
If they are cooperative, and they have been cooperative and reliable, yes,
One of the things that's referenced would be, she stated that she had intrusive thoughts. Was that?
yes.
What were the intrusive thoughts?
From what's stated in the medical record, thoughts of suicide.
And how often would she have intrusive thoughts?
I don't recall if the frequency.
Would you agree with me that in addition to anxiety and in addition to inability to sleep, that she was in what was self-described as a brain fog, right?
She complained of feeling. You can complain of feeling foggy.
She also complained about that she felt as if she was a zombie, right?
She did not use those words.
Anybody else use that word describing her in your investigation?
No.
Did Patrick tell you that he was concerned about the medications that she had been prescribed over the past 2 or 3 months?
Yes,
And you knew what the medications were that she was prescribed, correct?
she told us.
She told you, okay. And she told you that she was prescribed, in addition to the SSRI Zoloft, that was increased from 25 to 100, that she was then told,
I was aware that.
I'm sorry, 50.
Correct.
She was then told to stop taking the Zoloft by Dr. Tufts, right?
She reported not being able to sleep, and they agreed that she would not take the Zoloft.
Okay, so the answer is yes. She was told to stop taking the Zoloft by Dr. Tufts, right?
I think you would have to ask Dr. Tufts that.
Oh, I will.
question.
But I'm asking you, as investigating
I
her.
know that she stopped taking the Zoloft,
Well,
and
so-
that she saw Dr. Tufts, so I assume that they would have come to that agreement.
All right, so as you're evaluating this patient, you're assuming that she voluntarily stopped taking the Zoloft?
Because she wasn't able to sleep, and she discussed it with Dr. Tufts.
She did. You knew that.
She told us she did.
Okay. How many patients have you treated? How many women have you treated that were suffering from postpartum psychosis?
I don't recall. I don't remember, but I think it would stick in my memory, so I don't think that I probably have.
You don't think you probably have?
I don't think I have.
How
I
about-
haven't seen any.
How about postpartum
How long has
depression?
she been a doctor?
Yes,
How many patients have you treated with postpartum depression?
over the last 20 years, I wouldn't. There are lots of patients I have seen. I
Okay.
don't keep a record of what diagnoses and what people I see.
Now,
Hmm.
one of the things that you, when I say you collectively, I mean psychiatrists, psychologists, use in your evaluations and diagnoses of patients would be what's referred to as the DSM, correct?
Yes,
And that would be, DSM, it means Diagnostic Statistical Manual, right?
yes,
And it started out with DSM-1, then it went to 2, then it went to 2R, meaning revised, and then there were a number of revisions, and now we're all the way up to DSM-5, correct?
yes.
And DSM-5, also the most recent would be -TR. What does TR mean?
I don't actually know.
So the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, is really, it's about this thick, right? If you have a regular sized book. I just have a little one, but
I think so.
okay. do you rely on or do you use in your evaluation of patients the Diagnostic Statistical Manual?
The diagnoses are based on the criteria that are stated in there.
Okay, so you do use for diagnosis purposes what is stated in the DSM, correct?
Yes.
And it's
It's
kind of like a
like their
cookbook. I mean, it
Bible.
basically tells you what the ingredients of a particular mental disease or defect would be, right?
Yes.
And you know that it's basically a group of people that get together and they discuss what should or should not be included in the manual that psychiatrists and psychologists use to diagnose patients, right?
Yes.
And they try to keep up to date and stay on top of any recent developments, right?
I would assume, I don't know.
Okay,
I can't speak to it.
that's all right. So here we are in 2026, not 1928. Is postpartum depression in the DSM?
I think it's a subcategory,
You think it's a subcategory of what?
depression.
Depression. How about psychosis? Postpartum psychosis in 2026. Is that in this manual?
I don't exactly know where it is.
Have you ever seen it?
I don't
Ooh.
recall paying attention to where it's categorized.
So if you're treating a woman who is, as you put it, postpartum because she had the child, and then you told the jury, well, there's a time frame, a cutoff as to whether or not a person is still postpartum, still subject to mood swings, and still subject to hormone imbalance, and there's a cutoff, that's what you said, right?
Different organizations use different definitions.
How about you? You're here for the government testifying in this case. What's your understanding of the cutoff of postpartum, if there is one?
For the DSM-5, it is 4 weeks. For ACOG, which is the American Academy of Obstetrics or something, I don't remember what it stands for. It's 12 weeks for the CDC. It's 12 months for the CDC. It's 12 months.
Okay, so CDC would be Center for Disease Control, right?
Yes.
So they're pretty much all over the place as far as the time frame that a woman can still be involved with postpartum symptomology, right?
Yes.
Perinatal mental
Have you ever
health
heard of a doctor by the name of
disorders.
Meg Spinelli?
No.
Have you read anything about the efforts being made to have the DSM-6 coming out include
Objection.
No, overruled.
postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Have you read or are you aware of efforts being made to include postpartum psychosis in the DSM-6 that will be coming out within a couple of months?
I think it's clear that there is question about where it should be.
She needs to
Please,
read
categorized.
psychology today.
Okay, so are you aware of any efforts being made to include postpartum psychosis in the DSM-6 when it comes out?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. How vague?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I know that there's question about where it should be categorized and that the DSM is reviewed every time and they try to move things around based on what clinicians and researchers think.
And
What, if any, impact does the thyroid have on a woman who has just had a baby and is in the postpartum period, whatever they decided it is, 6 months, 4 months, a year? What impact does the thyroid have?
I am not an internal medicine physician. I am a doctor. What I do know about the thyroid is that the thyroid can affect one's mood and anxiety, whether one is pregnant or not.
So is it fair to say that thyroid levels are important in
Does she have
evaluating a woman
hypothyroid?
who's in postpartum?
It's one tiny component of the entire. It is one component.
Okay.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
It's one of the tests.
It's a tiny component. What does that mean?
Can you let her finish?
Sure, you'll let her finish. Go ahead.
It's one of the tests that can be done when a patient is admitted.
Okay, was
Well,
it
they
done
didn't
by
run the
McLean
test.
Hospital?
they didn't do blood work.
No.
What?
No.
Are you aware that your records indicate that she had a thyroid read that are part of the records?
My recall is that the TSH was not from 2022 or 2023.
Right. It was from 2000 and what? From
I wouldn't know. You'd have to refer to the record.
So in other words, it was imported into McLean records by, I guess, computer access or something from MGH years before, right?
Things move forward. Yes.
I'm sorry?
Labs do populate from the past.
Okay, so in the past, as a psychiatrist, as her treating psychiatrist at McLean Hospital, trying to do an investigation, evaluate this woman to tell her what your diagnosis was and what you guys can do to help her out, did you look at the thyroid reads?
It was one of the labs that I would have reviewed.
You would have reviewed.
And
Okay, as you're sitting here today, do you have any memory about what the thyroid reads were?
It was within normal limits.
And that would be coming from how long before? A year, 2, 3?
I don't remember.
So there were no actual thyroid tests done while she was at the hospital at McLean, right?
No,
What is the Edinburgh,
Edinburgh,
Yeah.
yes.
EPDS or something like that? What is that?
Did they even
it's
do
a
that?
scale.
What scale? What kind of a scale?
Postpartum depression screening
It's
scale.
a postpartum scale for depression.
And it's used by psychiatrists and psychologists to evaluate the risk factor of a woman who is involved with postpartum, right?
I think it's to assess the level of depression.
In a woman who's involved with postpartum, not some guy that got injured on a soccer field.
It
right?
also
Yes.
has postpartum
So what does the
psychosis.
EPDS mean? I'm probably butchering that. What is that in an
You
acronym
get a
for?
score.
Edinburgh's
Postnatal
postpartum depression scale or something.
screening
Okay.
scale.
The Edinburgh Postpartum Depression Scale. Was that administered to Lindsay when she was in for the 4 days and a half that she was in your hospital?
No.
Why not?
Because we don't necessarily administer scales.
You don't necessarily what?
We don't administer scales.
Why? That's an accepted tool to evaluate a patient as a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
And
isn't it?
also, what's the PQ?
It is a tool, but
Oh,
it
God,
doesn't
what is
in the
it?
end determine the diagnosis.
No, of course not, because the doctor who supposedly has access to the person's medical history and all of the other aspects of your evaluation is the one that gives the diagnosis, right?
The psychiatrist makes the diagnosis based on the presentation, the history of the patient.
Right. So far, what we've got is a presentation of the patient who was in the locked wards at McLean Hospital, and the presentation was from her, right?
Her presentation is how she presents, how she is observed. It's not what she's telling us.
Well, is
What?
it what she's telling you part of what you consider?
Yes,
Okay. And what Patrick's telling you is part of what you consider?
yes.
So other than what Lindsay, who is in the locked ward, tells you, and her husband who tells you, what, if any, investigation did you do?
We did not do any additional collateral contact.
And you didn't do any tests either, right? You didn't do it. Did you do a blood test?
Psychiatry as a field is not dependent on blood tests. If it was that
Well-
simple, it would be much better for everybody. It's based on the evaluation of the patient who's sitting in front of you.
So you're suggesting to this jury that it's not a valid medical step for one to take blood from a person who is on a cocktail of drug medications to find out what their levels are?
No,
You are a
not
medical
regular
doctor.
procedure at all.
Okay. Now, McLean did not take any blood. McLean did not do the Edinburgh scale, but that would be something that you would be interested in, right? As to whether or not anyone else gave her the Edinburgh depression scale.
Let me clarify one thing. McLean did draw blood. They did do testing.
Oh.
There was no testing for levels of drugs. Just
okay.
let me clarify that. So
That's fine.
Okay.
So they
No.
took a CBC or maybe a blood count evaluation, but it had nothing to do with what was on board, as they say, as far as tricyclics,
Right, just a
antipsychotics,
CBC.
SSRIs, anything, right?
They check for substances of abuse. but
Oh,
nothing
they didn't
else.
talk
Well, there were no
screen.
substances of abuse in her blood, were there?
No.
How about the tricyclics, the antipsychotics,
vitamin
the
D.
SSRIs, the benzodiazepines, the Z drugs that they call some of their categories? They didn't test for that, did they?
Those are not tested on a regular basis.
How
by
about
anybody.
on her basis?
I don't know why I would have tested for those. What
how
would have
about
been the indication?
How about if she presents, and the history that she's giving you is that she was on a number of drugs for that 3-month period or 3.5-month period? Would it be of interest to you as to what was on board in her blood?
Medications have different half-lives. So if she had taken something, it would depend on what the half-life was. If it was a day, it would be out of her system. We would not be able to catch it at that time. It would depend on what she'd been taking and, what was in her bloodstream at that point.
So
Yeah, lab
The
work is
admission
always
note.
huge. Yeah,
that was noted in the medical records
they're medical
would be on
doctors.
page 64 of the medical records that you were presented by the district attorney. Do you
I don't remember what page it's on, but
That's understandable.
That's what it sounds like he's saying.
Okay.
thank you.
Sure, no problem. Can you tell me what I'm looking at? Exhibit 79, page 63. That would be the record from McLean Hospital, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what this means when it says clinical summary?
That's the social workers.
Okay. And is
Can
that
can
what-
you, doctor, can you maybe move that microphone so that,
Sorry.
oh,
That's the social worker's note,
Correct.
and that's what the district attorney was questioning you on when she referred you to symptomology?
It was this a conversation with Patrick? I'm not sure I don't recall what you're
Okay.
talking about.
All right. You can read along with me, all right?
Okay.
Clinical summary says the case was discussed in rounds, and would that be like on Grey's Anatomy, you have rounds and they
Yes.
see patients in the rooms and that type of
No.
thing? No, what does it mean when it says in rounds?
No?
It's when we meet in the morning, the social worker, the
Oh, it's
psychiatrist,
their
the nurse,
huddle.
and the charge nurse, the utilization reviewer.
Okay, so that's why it says on page 63, discussed in
All right,
rounds,
Lori.
SW
Hi,
and
Lori.
PIC met with Lindsay as part of the intake interview, right?
Yes.
Okay. Presenting problem, then it says HX, that's history, right?
Mhm.
And psychosocial HX history was discussed, correct?
Yes.
At that point, she stated that she was hoping to be home by next weekend for her daughter's birthday, right?
Mhm.
And that then she relates her history as far as having a third baby on May 26th. That would be Callan, right?
Yes.
Her youngest baby. And she then told you all that 12 weeks after she delivered, the baby wasn't taking the bottle. It was around the time that she was supposed to go back to work. Husband also went back to work, and she was experiencing a lot of, and then someone puts in quotes, situational anxiety. Is that correct?
That's what it states.
All right. So as a result, is that coming from her, or that word situational anxiety? Was that her words because it's in quotes, or was that you guys put that in there?
I didn't write that note.
Okay, but you factored that in your investigation, right?
I read it.
And as a result of this, she subsequently saw a psychiatrist that prescribed her Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And that would be Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And 1 week after prescribing that, it says after 1 week of taking it, that she developed insomnia, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's an indication of a reaction that the patient had to the
Really
medication that was
is.
prescribed to her, being the SSRIs, Zoloft, right?
It could be a side effect. Yes.
Could be. Okay. And the psychiatrist told her to stop taking Zoloft, right?
That's what it states.
And do you know from your investigation and your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, when the doctor told her to stop taking Zoloft? It's like, I mean, you can guess, it was like a week later, a couple of days later.
It would be if I don't recall off the top of my head, but if that information was available, it would be in my note.
Do you know, can you find your note in here? I just don't know how to navigate that. Would it help you if you had a break or a little recess just to look at this?
No,
No?
I can find it right now.
You know, Mr. Redding, that's probably not a bad idea. We've been sitting here, kind of missed that morning recess. So we're going to take that at this point, just a short morning recess to let all of you kind of stretch your legs a little bit, and then we'll come right back. Okay?
All right. Sure, close your notebooks, face on your chairs, please. This way.
Said I should.
Your Honor, can she have permission to take that and look at it, the exhibit, out of the courtroom?
I think it's probably best if you want to look at it, keep that in the courtroom.
Yeah, okay. All right. So you can look at it, but just you'd have to stay in the courtroom.
Okay.
She wants to take a break, as we all do.
Leave it here. All right, so we'll be in a short recess. We'll come back. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? You know? Let me pause this real quick, see if you guys got what to say. I agree that probably it's really difficult when you know you're being sued, you're named in a malpractice lawsuit, because you don't want to say anything, right? But you don't want to say anything that's going to make yourself and your civil lawsuit look worse. And they probably have been advised by their lawyers, all the people named that are going to be on the stand here, you know, to really kind of be careful, answer the questions, don't elaborate. She also has an unfortunate habit of nervous, unconscious smiling, which under the circumstances is very off-putting. Yeah, that's true. Hello, sunshine. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm gonna keep their break right now because I gotta let Percy out real quick, but I'll be right back. So you guys can talk or take a break. Give me just a few minutes to let him go potty. Okay. Yeah, it definitely was a disaster. And they're supposed to be one of the top psych facilities in the country. That's not saying much for the country. Hello. Okay. I am back. We can zoom. It's not now. It's I think it's just a morning break. So I'm gonna zoom. I'm gonna zoom here. Zoom. Let's get caught up. Oh, pretty decent break, huh? Oh. All right, here they come. Here they come. I just think it's like a domino effect. So many people just failed her over and over. I can see why they have a medical malpractice lawsuit. I know, right? Pretty scary. But like when Mama D's here, she works in mental health. She's like, it's almost impossible to find people a bed. You know, it's just awful. There's a new psych facility out here that supposedly they were going to open one unit at a time, which was very highly needed. And the company that built it is surveying places in the US that need it. And I think they started in Texas. And I don't remember what the umbrella is, really close here by here. I actually interviewed with them and they gave me a position, but I decided I didn't want to work in psych a while back, a couple years ago. Okay, let's go. Mental health care. Not good, not good. Here they come. Everybody's a little grumpy today, though. They need a weekend break. Oh, somebody was saying something about vitamin D. You know what's really interesting? Every single year, I've always been low on vitamin D and had to take supplements until I moved out here to the sunshine. Once I was in the sunshine, my vitamin D is always fine. And it's pretty much sun shining every single day of the year, which is huge, you know? Kitty cat, the pigeons, birdies are here.
This court's now in session, please be seated.
Yeah,
For the
they've
purpose
shut
of the
down
record,
a
we return
lot.
back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
It needs more government funding, like good government funding. And we're on 1.5 speed. This must have taken forever.
Doctor, you'd agree with me that your notes are contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you had mentioned was that at the end of Lindsay's treatment at your hospital, she was discharged, ultimately, correct?
Yes.
And that was not against medical advice, was it?
No.
And finally, you had made reference to the fact that postpartum psychosis is a serious consideration for you and your staff when you're evaluating a patient in McLean, correct? For
Yes.
postpartum. And one of the recommendations that you made was that she should follow up with other healthcare providers. And if I understand correctly, she actually sent a text or an email or something and confirmed that she did within the hour, right?
She made an appointment with Dr. Tufts for the next morning.
Right. And she told you guys that, right?
She told the social worker that.
So she was very responsive to your advice about you should reach out to your provider, and she did that, right?
Yes.
That's all I got. Thank you.
All right, Council redirect.
Dr. Goodhart, you're familiar with the discharge paperwork that a patient gets, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 146. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And you know that to be discharge paperwork for, or what's called the after visit summary for Lindsay Clancy at her stay from McLean, correct?
Yes.
And in this discharge paperwork, there's actually two packets. So it's pages 1 of 6, and then there's another one of 7. You see that?
Yes.
and it gives instructions on if you need immediate help. It gives phone numbers, right?
Yes.
It gives a crisis plan and where to call for the suicide prevention lifeline, right?
Yes.
It gives instructions on what the patient's supposed to do or what you've talked about as far as what to do as follow-up, right?
Yes.
And in this instance, it says, what's next? Call Cassandra Wolfson. Give her a call for assistance with finding community behavioral health providers. And that's identified as the Blue Cross Blue Shield case manager, right?
Yes.
And was that based on a conversation that you had with Ms. Clancy about the fact that she wanted a new provider?
She had a psychiatrist or a prescriber. She stated that she was going to be assigned a therapist by the individuals at the South Shore. And if she wanted to have more options or more choices, she could always call that person to get more choices.
So she was looking for an additional provider?
Yeah.
Okay. And also part of this discharge packet, you see that there's a section that's labeled community services, right?
Yes.
And there are a number of online resources as well as the direction to contact your primary care physician and insurance company, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so these are resources that were discussed and tools and available to her when she was discharged from the line.
Yes.
Now, in addition to the resources that were given at discharge, you're aware she did participate in particular groups that would have given her some information and skills while she was there, right?
Yes.
And those skills were about illness and symptom management, correct?
Yes.
Self-compassion was another one, right?
Yes.
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of cross, which is, I think, a legitimate objection. So.
All right. Sustained.
Counsel on cross-examination kept referring to this, the unit at McLean as the locked unit, right? You
Yes.
remember that line of questioning? And fair to say, it is locked for the safety of the patients, right?
Yes.
And in this circumstance with Ms. Clancy, when she arrived from Mass General via ambulance, she voluntarily agreed to be at this locked facility until it was safe for her to leave.
Yes.
Now, when she came in, she was identified, I think you said, as low risk
Yes.
and at the lowest level of checks, correct?
Yes.
And she was very vocal with you about how long she wanted to stay and when she wanted to leave.
Yes.
And you respected that and you worked with her to come up with a plan, correct?
Yes.
And when counsel says she wasn't discharged against medical advice, would you have preferred more time with this patient to assess her symptomology?
Overruled.
I think you're asking me to go back and do.
Well, at the time, let's talk about the time that you had the conversation with her about leaving
Yes.
early.
Yes.
You said her original plan was to stay till at least Friday, right?
I think I didn't have a set time on when she would leave. I take it a day at a time based on how the patient is doing.
And at the time that she indicated that she wanted to bump up her discharge to Thursday,
Yes.
had you had the opportunity to observe her symptoms for more than a day or two?
Yes.
Had you been able to identify if any of the issues that she came in with were resolved?
Yes.
And so she was sleeping better, right?
Yes.
Was there any indication that her mood had vastly improved?
Her mood had improved. I don't know what you mean by vastly.
Well, did you have enough time to get to the root causes of why she was having the insomnia or why she was feeling numb?
No.
Okay, and so with more time, would that have been something that you could have explored more at least?
Yes.
And you were asked on cross-examination about asking Lindsay Clancy to sign releases, and you said that you did not do that in this case, correct?
Yes.
With more time with a particular patient, is it possible that you could have determined that you needed that more information and then asked her to sign releases?
Objection. Sustained.
Well, as far as your protocol for asking for releases, is it something that you do with every patient?
No.
What are the circumstances that would lead you to ask for releases to be signed?
Again, it's outside the scope of cross objection.
No, overall on that.
It depends on how the patient is presenting, whether they appear they appear reliable, whether their history that they're giving is consistent across different times when they were evaluated. For example, she was evaluated in the emergency department in the CEC, then on the unit by Dr. Madwa and myself. And also we had obtained collateral information from Patrick. And so I didn't feel like there was any urgent need to obtain the collateral from the other providers. And she was telling us what she liked and what she disliked about what the providers were doing.
Okay, and so you were responding to those conversations in
Yes.
coming up with a plan.
Yes.
And again, the team is not just you and your team, but also the patient as well.
Yes.
And during this time period that she was there, in addition to what she was reporting, you were also making observations of her.
Absolutely.
And was there anything inconsistent about what she was reporting to what your observations of her were?
No.
When she arrived at McLean, you were advised of what medication she had been on, correct?
Yes.
And any of the treatment plans that you or any of your colleagues recommended, did they require different medications?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you were asked about the blood work.
Yes.
And so you indicated that McLean does draw blood upon admission, right?
Yes.
But that you did not look at the blood work or ask or evaluate it for levels of medications.
Correct.
Was there any reason to do that based on the medication regimen that you were advised that she had been on?
No.
And with your treatment plan as far as medication, would there have been a reason to do that to either verify or not verify that she already had things in her system?
No.
You were asked on cross-examination about the defendant reporting that she complained of brain fog or being foggy. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Do you also recall that she was observed by nurses to have improved memory and improved concentration, over the time that she had been at McLean?
yes,
You were asked on cross-examination about suicide hotline. And
Yes.
are you familiar with suicide hotlines?
yes.
And what do they assess for when you call one?
Imminent, like risk. And if somebody's calling and they're feeling suicidal, I think the point is for them to send somebody or to help them through it.
So it's a point of intervention, correct? But in order for a person to receive intervention, they have to identify that they have an intent or a plan.
Yes,
And to your knowledge, based on your experience and your conversations with this particular patient, did she ever indicate that she ever said she had a plan?
no,
You were asked some questions about the DSM-5, and I actually have a big version of the most recent version, the DSM-5 TR, meaning text revision. You're familiar with this book?
thank you for clarifying that. Yes,
And counsel asked you some questions about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis and whether they appear here in the DSM-5.
Yes.
Recall that line of questioning? And fair to say they do appear. They're not their own category, correct?
yes,
But they do appear in conversation of bipolar disorder 1, having major depressive symptoms or episodes, as well as psychosis.
yes,
And it's very brief mention, but it's in here. Is that correct?
yes.
And as a psychiatrist, this is just
If
a
it's
tool
very
that you could
brief,
use.
that's a
Yes.
huge
What other
problem.
things do you rely upon when
And
making
why
a
there's a
diagnosis other
gap
than
in
a tool
care
like this?
here. In
Observation.
perinatal mental health.
Of the patient, the history that they're relating, the information from family and other, that's essentially it, and other records if available.
Okay, and you use that information based on your own training and experience
Yes,
to come up with a diagnosis.
yes,
And your diagnosis, does that have to agree with anyone else?
No.
And when you're treating a patient that comes before you for help at McLean, you're treating the patient in front of you, or you're treating the patient from several months ago?
you take the history into consideration.
Wait,
if you're
hold
treating
on.
the patient in front of you because
Hold
that's
on.
the presentation.
Wait, did I miss something? She didn't leave AMA, did she? The jury will consider that Lindsay went home against medical advice also. I thought she did not leave AMA. Does somebody want to clear that up? Because that's what I heard, unless I missed it, that she left AMA. I didn't hear that. I heard she left
Thank you.
and they agreed.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you. Thank you, Doc.
All right,
Thank you.
Doctor.
Thank you.
The gardener's here, so Chris is barking.
I'll call Dr. Jennifer Tufts.
Oh, Dr. Tufts now. Okay, good. She'll be, I don't know. I'm just going to guess, but she's in the lawsuit too, so. But it wasn't against medical advice. They agreed she was okay to go home. AMA is a specific piece of paper that you have to sign that says, I, as your doctor, say you should not be leaving right now, and you need to sign this and know that we do not agree that you are leaving right now. It's a legal document, AMA. They could say, we'd rather you not, or we don't, but we'll go ahead and agree. That's not AMA. It's literally a legal paper that you have to sign at the hospital. And insurance might not cover it if you leave AMA too.
All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
I'd ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, all right?
Okay.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jennifer Tufts, JENNIFERTUFTS,
Your date of birth.
December 31st, 1989,
Where do you work?
Astor Mental Health,
And how long have you worked there?
for 3.5 years.
What is your role there?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
I've been officially fully licensed psychiatrist for close to 4 years.
I want to ask you if you could just explain to us your educational background and your training background that qualifies you to be a psychiatrist.
Absolutely. So I went to medical school at University of Vermont, graduated in 2018 with an MD. I did a postgraduate training in psychiatry at Boston Medical Center. That was 4 years, going into 2022. And then I began working at Astor Mental Health in 2022.
And are you a licensed psychiatrist in Massachusetts?
Yes.
While you were working at Astor Mental Health, did you have a patient named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the records of Lindsay Clancy for Astor Mental Health as an exhibit.
Do you reckon they maybe admitted?
Do you recall when you first saw Lindsay Clancy as a patient?
Yes.
When was that?
It was in September of 2022.
And was that first appointment on September 15th, 2022?
I believe that it was.
And prior to a patient coming in for their first appointment, is there paperwork that they fill out either online or that's provided to them to fill out?
Yes.
And what type of paperwork is that?
It's fairly extensive. It includes past health history, past psychiatric history, medications they have taken in the past. It includes names of any therapists or other doctors they work with, usually primary care. It includes any report of substances that they may use or may have used in the past. It includes a number of scales, so scales assessing things like anxiety, depression, ADHD. So it's a fairly lengthy document.
Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy filled out those documents on September 12th, 2022, 3 days prior to her first appointment?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review what Lindsay filled out prior to meeting with her for that first appointment?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what you learned from those documents about her prior mental health treatment?
Yes.
What was that?
That she had previously taken some medication. I believe it was in nursing school. It may have been fairly brief, but she had tried the medication Prozac.
Do you recall that she also listed that she had tried Wellbutrin as well while she was on the Prozac?
That was listed as well.
Okay. And do you recall that when she listed that she took the Prozac and the Wellbutrin while in nursing school, she listed that she had no side effects from those medications?
That is correct.
Prozac, is that an SSRI?
Yes.
Okay. So Lindsay reported that she had previously taken an SSRI while in nursing school with no side effects, correct?
Correct.
Did she also report that she had no history of any kind of abuse that had occurred to her at any point in her life?
Correct.
Point taken. They've over and over said she had no history of any mental health disorders, but clearly she did back in nursing school. That is obviously she had depression. Prozac and Wellbutrin. Which clinically makes you more at risk for postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, everything else, right? I agree. Yeah. It's concerning, like no one cares or has responsibility, but the actual ill person. Like, can you imagine if you had cancer and they're just relying on you to do the full workup and diagnosis, you know?
Yeah. What did she report in regards to alcohol consumption?
I believe she reported 1 to 2 drinks at a time and possibly up to 5 times a week.
And is there a portion when the patient fills that in, how much they drink? Is there a question there about whether they feel guilty about that?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Am I allowed to go check that just to make sure?
Is there an objection to her reviewing the records?
Yes. She indicated yes.
And so in that section, is it correct that she listed that she was drinking 5 times per week and feeling guilty at that time about it?
So she was
Yes.
self-medicating.
And did she list her height as 5'6" in those documents? I believe on the same page, page 20.
Yes.
Now, did those that initial survey or questionnaire that she filled out get into what symptoms she was experiencing at the time?
Yes.
And what symptoms did she report experiencing at that time?
Anxiety attacks, decreased appetite, depressed mood, easily distracted, excessive worry, guilt, unable to feel pleasure, unable to fall asleep, and racing thoughts.
And would it be fair to say that there's a checklist of symptoms and the patient checks off which ones they're experiencing, correct?
Yes.
And so on that list, engage in risky behaviors, that was not checked off, correct?
Correct.
And excessive energy wasn't checked off, correct?
Correct.
Feelings of hopelessness, feelings of abandonment, feelings
Again,
of
what she
emptiness, none of those were
doesn't
checked off, correct?
have.
Correct.
Impulsive behavior, that was not checked off, correct?
Correct.
Now, was there also a suicide risk assessment form that Ms. Clancy filled out?
Yes.
And what is a suicide risk assessment?
Well, it assesses various factors that may increase a person's risk of committing suicide.
And the form that Ms. Clancy filled out, the first question is, have you been so distressed you seriously wish to end your life? And her response was no, correct?
I'm just looking.
Page 23.
Correct.
And the second question is, has anything happened recently to make you feel you don't want to live? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
There's question 3, a specific plan. Do you have a specific plan of how you would kill yourself? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Fourth question is access to weapons or means of hurting yourself. And the answer is no, correct?
Correct.
The fifth question is made a serious suicide attempt. And the answer was no, correct?
Correct.
The sixth question, purposely done something to hurt yourself. Again, no, correct?
Correct.
Seventh question, heard voices telling you to hurt yourself. Her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 9, having thoughts of killing or seriously hurting someone else. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 10, heard voices telling you to hurt others. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Hurt someone or destroyed property on purpose. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the answers to every question on this suicide checklist was no, correct?
Correct.
Was there also a substance use assessment form that was filled out on page 24?
Yes.
And there were no issues with substance use, correct?
Correct.
Is there also an ADHD self-report scale that's filled out?
There usually is.
Direct you to page 25.
Okay.
And ADHD, is that attention deficit hyperactive disorder?
Yes.
And given the answers that Ms. Clancy gave on that self-reporting form, were there any concerns about attention deficit hyperactive disorder?
Not significantly.
Were there any concerns at all?
Well, she reported often to some of the questions. Yes.
And is that significant to you based on your training and experience?
You have to look at this form within the entire picture of the patient. So no, I didn't suspect that Lindsay had ADHD.
So these forms are a tool, and you use them together along with your observations of the patient to come to conclusions. Is that correct?
Yes.
There was also I believe it's entitled a GAD screening. Is that generalized anxiety disorder?
Yes.
Okay. And did Ms. Clancy fill that out as well?
Mm-hmm.
Page 27.
Sorry, my pages are a little bit different than yours.
Oh, I apologize.
I'll find it. Okay.
Ms. Clancy's answers to these questions, did they give you cause for concern based on your training and experience?
They were highly suggestive of anxiety and anxiety disorder.
And for example, number 1, feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge.
I was going to say the same thing.
Correct.
At least somebody has their
not being able to
notes.
stop or control worrying. She answered nearly every day, correct?
Right.
Yes.
And so several of these questions were either nearly every day or several days, correct?
Yes.
Can I just ask what days that are?
27. Sorry. And then is there also a patient questionnaire that the patient fills out? I think it's
yes, I believe so. Yes.
And what is the purpose of this patient questionnaire?
I'm not sure exactly which one you're referring to. It might be the one that asks about things like whether the symptoms affect their daily living, what their history is. Is that what you're looking at?
It's entitled Tools-PHQ-9 Patient Questionnaire, and the date is 9/12.
If you want to go and show her.
Are you able to? Thank you.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. The PAQ 9.
Okay.
That's the depression screening scale.
Form that's entitled
Similar to
PHQ-9
Edinburgh,
Patient
but it's
Questionnaire.
not.
What is the purpose of that form?
It's a screening tool for depression.
And can you talk about the defendant's answers to those questions and what they told you based on your training and experience?
Well, some of the answers were positive. So that really indicates that she should be assessed for depression. She might have it.
Okay. And when you say positive, what do you mean by positive?
It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. It's them. What happened?
They then again fill out the forms when they meet with you.
No, these are the same forms.
Same forms, just the different date on them.
Yes, because they're included in the intake note, which is what I write, but some of the information is from the patient's self-report.
So would it be a combination of the forms they fill out and then what you observe and ask about during your initial meeting?
Yes.
And that initial meeting with Ms. Clancy, was that in person or was that a telehealth?
Telehealth.
Okay. Does who controls whether it's an in-person meeting or a telehealth? You or the patient?
Both.
Both. And if a patient told you, I don't want to do telehealth, I only want to do in person, is that an option?
Yes.
Good.
Sorry.
I'll let that stand.
And can you just tell us when you met with Ms. Clancy on that first day, did you ask her questions such as, do you have suicidal intent?
Yes.
What was her response?
That she did not.
Did you ask her if she had homicidal intent?
Yes.
What was her response?
She did not.
Did you ask her if she was experiencing any auditory hallucinations or visual hallucinations?
Yes,
What was her response?
she did not.
Did you ask her questions to determine if she was experiencing any symptoms of mania?
Yes.
What types of questions you asked to determine that?
Well, a lot of it can be assessed without asking, but questions may look like, have you ever had a period of time in your life where you were excessively energetic and euphoric? I might leave it there and then follow up with some of the other symptoms.
Did any of the questions you asked Ms. Clancy related to mania or manic episodes, did any of her answers to those questions indicate that she had experienced mania or manic episodes?
No.
Now, in that first meeting, what's your exam process? Like, how do you start the meeting and how does it flow?
Sure. So I start the meeting by introducing myself, explaining what we're going to be doing for the day. Then I ask the patient why they're there. We talk about why they're there. I assess for different mood symptoms, anxiety symptoms, psychosis symptoms, mania symptoms, safety concerns. Then we start talking about the history. We start talking about the past psychiatric history, the past medical history, substance use. We start talking about other medicines that they have tried in the past or may still be taking. And it's not always in that order, but that's the general order. Sometimes things come up sooner. And we talk a bit about what the patient's goals are, what they're looking for in this time period, and then I may give some of my recommendations.
And did you follow that process for that initial meeting with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you part of the initial evaluation is looking for signs of psychosis. Is that correct?
Yes.
What types of things are you looking for to see if someone's experiencing psychosis?
So there are a number of things. They start with how the patient appears. So some signs of psychosis might be that they appear disheveled. I assess what their attitude is, if they might be agitated or very uncooperative. That's a red flag. I will assess what their speech is like. Is it very loud? Is it very fast? Or sometimes it could be the opposite, where they're not really even speaking at all. I assess what their mood is like, what they're saying that they're feeling, and how they appear visually. I assess what their thoughts are like. So are their thoughts disorganized, where it's really hard to understand? They're jumping around and you can't follow their line of thought. I assess what the thought content is. If it's particularly about anything very bizarre or very paranoid, that would be potentially indicative of psychosis.
And you conducted that type of evaluation on Lindsay Clancy in that first meeting, is that correct?
Yes, that assessment is done with every patient.
And did you note any signs or symptoms of psychosis with Ms. Clancy that day?
No.
Do you also, in addition to the observations you're making of the patient that day, are you also asking questions about their past behavior and things that have happened to them in the past that might indicate whether psychosis is an issue?
Yes.
And what types of things are you asking them about their past?
Well, I may ask, have you ever heard voices? Have you ever seen something that other people didn't see?
And did you ask those questions of Ms. Clancy?
I believe I did.
And what was her response?
No.
Do you, as part of this evaluation, are you making an assessment about the patient's judgment and insight?
Yes.
And when we talk about psychiatry, what are we talking about when we say judgment?
So judgment indicates their decision-making process, and whether it is a logical decision-making process or perhaps not.
And same question in terms of insight. What does that mean in psychiatry when you're assessing their insight?
So that's more about a patient's awareness, both of their inner feelings as well as mental health a bit more broadly.
And in terms of orientation, when you're assessing a patient, what does that mean?
Orientation is awareness of where someone is, who someone is, what day it is, what's going on.
And based on your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy that first day, September 15, 2022, did she appear to have any issues with judgment, insight, or orientation?
No.
Do you also assess the patient's memory?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
Well, it depends. Often, unless there is a specific concern about memory or dementia, it's based off of my conversation with them. Are they able to recall medications that they have taken? Are they able to recall, things that they have done with a lot of detail and specificity?
And did there appear to be any issues with Lindsay Clancy's memory in your evaluation of her?
No.
And what about attention and concentration? What are you looking for as a psychiatrist when evaluating attention and concentration?
I'm looking for whether they're paying attention to the conversation, if they can follow it, or maybe if they get distracted, it seems like they're not listening, something like that.
Did Lindsay Clancy appear to have any issues with attention or concentration?
No.
There was something in the records called fund of knowledge. What does that mean?
So basis of knowledge, what someone understands about the world. So maybe if somebody has a very low education, they might have a low fund of knowledge.
And was there any issue with Lindsay Clancy's fund of knowledge?
No.
Are you also assessing mood?
Yes.
And how do you assess the mood of a patient, and why do you assess it?
Well, it's very important. The mood is based on what the patient says, what they say about how they're feeling.
And so are there circumstances where a patient might say they're feeling happy, but you make observations that they appear depressed?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we see mood in the records, that refers to how the patient is reporting their mood is?
Yes.
So if it says appropriate mood and affect, or actually if it says patient description of their emotional state, it says okay, does that mean the patient said okay?
Yes.
Is there a place in the record where you describe what your observations of the mood are?
That's the affect.
Affect, okay. And so affect is how the patient presents?
Yes.
This first meeting with Lindsay, what was her mood?
It was okay.
And what was her affect?
Anxious.
So she was reporting to you, she felt okay, you were seeing, she looked a little anxious.
Yes.
How do you, or what is it about a person that tells you they look anxious? Like what were you seeing with Lindsay Clancy that told you she looked anxious?
It's hard to recall exactly what she seemed like. Sometimes, a person might look anxious.
Sustain.
In your general observations of patients, what things would you look for in a patient to determine whether their affect is anxious?
Is their voice quivering? Are they shaking a little bit? Do they appear very nervous?
And what is psychomotor behavior?
So psychomotor behavior refers to someone's body and their movements. So sometimes that can be abnormal.
And did you notice anything abnormal about Lindsay Clancy's psychomotor behavior?
No.
This first meeting, was that approximately 40 minutes?
It was a little bit longer than that, maybe 50 to 60 minutes.
Is that typical for that first meeting where you're doing this initial assessment?
Yes.
And did she appear alone in that virtual meeting, or was she with anyone?
Alone.
And what are treatment modality and interventions in general?
So that section is referring to therapy treatment modalities. It's not asking about medications. So different forms of therapy that might be done in the session.
And what would be treatment goals?
Goals that we are working on or will plan to work on, since this is only the first visit.
So how do you determine for an individual patient the treatment modality or interventions that are needed?
It depends on the patient.
So basically on what you're seeing, what you're hearing, and the history they provide?
Yes.
And how do you determine treatment goals?
So a lot of that is driven by what the patient's goals are.
And you mentioned earlier that as part of your evaluation, you asked the patient why they've come to you, what they're concerned about. Do you recall Lindsay's response to that question, why she was there, what she was concerned about?
I believe her biggest concern was about anxiety.
And what was the treatment modality or interventions that you determined would be needed for Lindsay Clancy based on this initial evaluation?
So I recommended a medication sertraline as well as individual therapy.
And the medication sertraline, is that Zoloft?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you recommended that the Zoloft to her, was that you telling her you have to take this medication, or did you have a discussion about it?
A discussion.
And during that discussion, did you get the patient, Ms. Clancy's, input on whether she wanted to take the medication or what her thoughts were about the medication?
Yes.
And do you recall the details of that conversation with her?
I recall that she was generally reluctant to take medications, but at this point she was considering it and was interested in learning about what medications might be helpful for her.
And as part of that discussion, did you explain what the medication was and the side effects and all of that?
Yes.
And did she have any questions for you based on your explanation of what the medication was for and what the side effects could be?
I'm not sure.
And why did you recommend that particular medication?
So it's a first-line medication used for treating anxiety disorders. It also is a first-line treatment when women are breastfeeding. It's the safest at this time for babies.
And when you say a first-line medication, what does that mean?
It just means it's one of the medications that is recommended first. Sometimes you have to try a number of different medications, but that is often a first choice.
And is that based on studies and the experience of the psychiatric profession?
Yes.
What was the dosage that you recommended or prescribed for her for the Zoloft?
25 milligrams.
And were there instructions on the prescription in terms of how many milligrams to take the first week and then how many to take the second week?
Yes, it was 25 milligrams for 1 week and then increasing to 50 milligrams.
And that was your initial prescription and what should have been on the pill bottle, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever a call from the defendant where she called you and said that she was having trouble with the 25 milligrams and you recommended her go to the 50 milligrams?
No.
You said you also recommended therapy, is that correct?
Yes.
And Astor Mental Health, did they have therapists on staff that you referred Ms. Clancy to?
Yes.
And do you know if she took advantage of that resource?
She did.
Do you know which therapist she saw?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jennifer McAllister.
And How does it work when a patient is at Astor Mental Health, they're being seen by a psychiatrist, they're being seen by a therapist? Is there someone that's kind of in charge of the treatment of the patient that oversees everything, or is it all just individual?
The psychiatrist is in charge.
Okay. So you would have been in charge of Ms. Clancy's treatment?
Yes.
And as part of being in charge of her treatment, would you review the records from her therapy sessions to inform and guide your treatment of her?
Yes.
What were the treatment goals for the defendant?
I don't recall exactly what her words were.
Would the goals be what your patient tells you?
Yes.
I'm going to approach and just ask that you look at page 41 of the records for exhibit 219 to the treatment goals section. Is that fresh memory?
Yes.
And what were the treatment goals according to Ms. Clancy?
So these are not her words. There's a list in the electronic medical record where I can indicate which ones might apply, or I can type out my own. So the treatment goals, based on what we had decided on together, were symptom reduction and improved functioning.
And you said that Ms. Clancy had been a little reluctant about starting medication. Did she tell you why she was reluctant?
Yes.
And why was that?
She was worried about having side effects.
And did she mention which specific side effects, or just side effects in general?
I thought it was in general.
And as a result of that concern, is that when you went over the potential side effects of Zoloft?
Yes.
And after having that discussion and you explaining the side effects of Zoloft, how did the two of you leave it in terms of whether she was going to take the medication or not?
I told her what my recommendation was, that she should start the sertraline. I'm not sure if she told me definitively if she was going to take it or not. She might have needed some time to think about it.
And based on your evaluation with Ms. Clancy, everything you learned about her history and how she presented that day, did you have an initial diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a generalized anxiety disorder, and it was an adjustment disorder with depressed mood.
What is generalized anxiety disorder?
It's an anxiety disorder where an individual may have a lot of different worries. They may also have physical feelings of anxiety, but they're worried about a lot of things, not really just one thing specifically.
And what is adjustment disorder with depressed mood?
So adjustment disorder refers to the fact that there may be symptoms, but they are kind of secondary to the situation. So they don't meet the full criteria, say, of a major depressive disorder, but there were some symptoms of depression.
Is this a good place
Yes.
to start? All right, members of the jury, this is, it's 1 o'clock. We're going to take the afternoon recess. I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back at 2 o'clock. And again, same instructions and orders. Don't, during the break, don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't talk about this. Just kind of relax as best you can for the next hour. We'll have to bring it back in. We'll continue with the evidence this afternoon.
Court, all rise. Good. Go to place on the desk.
Yeah, I agree that, hold on with this. We can zoom in a minute. I agree. It's a really sad situation, and this jury has a big decision to make, but hopefully they make the right decision. And I still don't see this being a premeditated, I don't want to be a mom anymore murder. I just don't. Like you said, Carolina, there's no way Lindsay would have done what she did in her right mind. I don't see that either. She had to have gone into some kind of psychosis. I'm at that point now. And I haven't heard the defense, but the prosecution hasn't proved to me that she literally was that kind of person, that that was her plan, that she just wanted to not be a mom anymore, that she went to all these doctors, mental hospitals and everything. It was all part of the big plan to kill them eventually one cold night in January when Patrick went 5 miles away to 3V restaurant and get a little Pedialyte on the way because it might give you another 6-7 minutes to do all that and then kill yourself. It's just not working for me. It's not working for me in my mind. I don't think she was a monster. I don't think she did this on purpose. And I think the DSM, from what I'm understanding, has a long way to go to understanding perinatal mental health disorders. I'm flabbergasted. I can see why my daughter said she wants to specialize in perinatal mental health because it's needed. It really is needed. Let me zoom. We can move on up to where they should be coming back. Let me get it just to that part. Hi, Lori. Thank you. Yeah, right. And I've seen too many people literally speak to me when I was doing case management on the phone and be very calm and very direct and explain their symptoms about seeing shadows and being concerned. They weren't like, whoa, Kathy, I'm hanging on the ceiling right now and I'm sitting in the corner and I'm bawling my eyes out. They would say things like, I'm not sleeping. I'm seeing shadows. I really think I need help. Something's going on. This feels weird. This feels wrong. I had postpartum depression before, and feels like it's escalated. I remember specifically talking to people like that, and I was telephonic case management. Yeah, Bella, she was very ill, very ill. I agree. I haven't seen that she didn't want to be a mom. One thing the CW has proven with their own witnesses is that she was a great mom. Yeah. And some of these people I'm shocked at some of the people they brought in as their witness. Like the girl from the club, the gym lady today, the young girl that was in charge of the kids. Not one thing did she say would make me think that Lindsay was a bad mom. But I think what the prosecution was trying to do is look at how much she had it all, you know? She could do whatever she wanted. She could go to the gym and drop her kids off there. She sent them to daycare. She had a nanny. You know, she just don't want to do this anymore. But if you didn't want to do this anymore, wouldn't you just get more nannies and stuff if you could afford it? Or leave? None of it makes any logical sense to me at all. And just from my experience working with postpartum people with postpartum mental health disorders, it just doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense that Patrick did it either. All right, let's zoom on over. Let me get to that part. Physical changes after childbirth, dramatic drop in the hormones, estrogen and progesterone in your body may contribute to postpartum depression. Yes, that hormone shift is big. I mean, it definitely contributes to the baby blues, but then obviously can escalate into even more the psychosis, just the depression, the anxiety, postpartum PTSD. There's a lot. When Reddington said to Goodhart, she was very sick, wasn't she? And she said, I don't know what you mean. Her credibility went out the window. In my honest opinion, she knew damn well what he meant. Yeah. She wasn't going to come out and say it, though, was she? Be on the record. I would not recommend going to her as a psychiatrist from what I saw. We're zooming. I got it going here. I'm looking for the night. Let me share. Oops. Percy. They're gone, Percy. Go lay down. They're gone. We're very exhausted. I had to yell at the gardener for 20 minutes while the gardener was here. It finally worked. We got rid of him, but it took a lot of barking. So out of breath now. Any theories as to why the Commonwealth didn't go for second-degree crime passion rather than planned first degree? A lot of people are saying they overcharged her. Then no sleep, taking care of the family, meals, breastfeeding, laundry, groceries, adrenal fatigue sets into, oh my God, it just makes me tired thinking about it. I was talking to my friend last night and I was like, I can't imagine right now doing the things I did when I had a baby that turned 5 September 7th, a baby that had just turned 3 July, and a newborn September 25th. And then everything I had to do, make dinner, put naps, change diapers, breastfeed, take care of myself, like all of that. If somebody who told me I had to do that right now, I don't know how I would be able to handle it. And that's when you're young and healthy, but those hormones are huge. Like I remember getting in my car and driving. I'm like, I got to go during that period of my life. And one time I remember coming back home and we didn't have cell phones back then or anything. You probably thought, oh my God, she ran away for good. I came back like an hour later and he had a bath running for me and everything, like, come on. You know, I'm like, oh, red flag. Finally noticed something. But yeah, overcharged. Yeah, I agree. I think so too. I mean, I don't even think at this point, I don't even think it should have been the psychosis case and whatever you have to do when it comes down to that, as far as like be in a mental health facility until you're better. And a lot of people are like, oh, she's just going to walk. You just want her to walk. No, she isn't walking. Well, first of all, she's not walking, period. I mean, she is in a wheelchair. But second, she's not going to walk or roll out the door and go home and start a new family. That's not happening. In my opinion, okay, hold on. Commonwealth could have made a case for a minute of madness, a snap, but there's no evidence you planned this. Right, exactly. I don't see any kind of plan, premeditated or not. She didn't even have a plan how she was going to kill herself, you know? Just boom, something happened. Okay, let me get to the next part. Show you right about here. This can change when the jury instructions are worked out. They will give the jury choices. Oh, yeah, true. Good point. Very, very, very good point. Excellent point. Come on, what happened? Oh, I got there and then I paused it. Sorry. There we go.
Look, we have the witness on the stand.
Yeah, stand by. We're gonna put the witness on the stand and I'll call you. Just watch your step.
I do appreciate this so much.
All right, we all set?
Court, all right, George Andrew. This court's now in session, please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Tufts, back on that first appointment with Ms. Clancy on September 15th, 2022, as part of the record, did you detail a section, history of present illness?
Yes.
And in that section, you put in here, initial presentation, nursing school, Prozac helped, got treatment after second baby, 2 for anxiety, Zoloft 1 week, was nervous about breastfeeding, initial side effects. Can you just tell us where that information came from?
My conversation with the patient.
And where it says Zoloft 1 week, was nervous about breastfeeding, what does that mean?
So she had tried Zoloft before during the postpartum period after her second baby.
And did she tell you whether she had any side effects when she took Zoloft after her second baby?
She mentioned something about initial side effects, which are pretty common for many people. I didn't detail what those side effects were, but they sounded like the very normal ones that people might experience that are transient in the beginning of the treatment.
And what would those side effects be?
Possibly upset stomach, appetite issues.
Can we know what related to this patient rather than somebody?
All right, so why don't you ask if she remembers what the defendant said the side effects were?
Do you remember what the defendant said the side effects were?
I don't remember them exactly, but they were ones that did not seem concerning.
And in your experience, in your training and experience as a psychiatrist who prescribes Zoloft, what are the common side effects that you deal with, that patients deal with from this medication?
So in the first couple weeks of treatment, we described that there's a lot of serotonin in the gut as well as the brain. So the medicine often affects the gut first. So you might have diarrhea, constipation, difficulties with appetite, nausea, things like that.
And you also wrote in the note about history of present illness, 3 months postpartum, also 4 and 2-year-old feeling overwhelmed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that came from the patient, Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And furthermore, you wrote that the baby needing more attention, other kids more challenging too. Is that coming from the patient?
Yes.
And does she also describe she's having trouble leaving the baby, too anxious to do anything when she leaves, physical tension, heart racing, worries he won't eat or sleep because he's refusing the bottle?
Yes.
And did she say that makes her irritable?
Yes.
And in that same note is where you detail that she denied audio hallucinations, visual hallucinations. You also, correct?
Yes.
And you also detail suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, denies no concern about hurting baby. Is the no concern about hurting baby, is that an observation you're making or something that came from Ms. Clancy?
It came from our conversation.
So at some point in time, she told you she had no concerns about harming the baby.
Yes, it was.
Just an objection? If you could rephrase that question.
What did she tell you about her thoughts about the baby?
I asked if there were those thoughts, and she denied them.
And did you also provide information to her about what to do if in between appointments there were emergencies or issues?
Yes, I believe that I did. I usually do when I meet a patient.
And in the page describing treatment follow-up plan, which would be in the initial diagnostic assessment from September 15th in that treatment follow-up plan section, is there a part, there's a part there that says, if having urges to harm self or others, go to the nearest emergency room, call 911, or call the National Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline, correct?
Yes.
Is this page given to the patient?
They can access it online on the portal.
So
I did hear, and I have to look in this deeper, that she has no ability to empty her bowels or bladder on her own either. She gets impacted, and I need to look at this because I was like, whoa, but she is very paralyzed, like sternum down. So I think her medical care is deeper than just being the paraplegic. But I did read that somebody had written a big old thing about what a lot of her physical issues are, and they're a lot. If they're correct, because I meant to go back and look again and see if that's accurate, but I can look it up. That there's a lot more to what her needs than just being in a wheelchair. Bottom half doesn't work, but I'll definitely double check. Yeah, I just believe that there's more to her than just being unable to walk kind of thing, legs. But we'll see.
Ms. Clancy would have the ability to go on here, look at the portal, and see what to do if she was having a crisis.
Yeah, just this this plan section. Yes.
Just the treatment plan section.
Yes.
So is it that she would have to search through the records, or is that something you can click on to see the treatment plan?
I'm not sure exactly what it looks like for a patient.
Okay, but that's one of the sections that's available to the patient, Lindsay Clancy, if she goes onto the portal.
Yes.
There's also in here, if you feel you're in crisis, you may text home to a certain text number from anywhere in the United States. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that do when you text that text number you text home to that text number?
It connects you to a counselor.
Now, what was the treatment or follow-up plan for Ms. Clancy?
To start the sertraline, to start individual therapy, and to follow up with myself.
So your recommendation wasn't just that she take pills, you recommended that she attend therapy, correct?
Yes.
And when you recommended the therapy, did you, and the medication, did you also go over with Ms. Clancy alternatives to the medication that you were recommending?
I believe she was aware that the alternative was that she could not take a medication, which is what she had been doing before.
And after you went over all of this information with Ms. Clancy, did she convey to you that she understood the plan and was agreeable to the plan?
Yes.
What is informed consent?
Informed consent means you communicate with a patient what the risks and benefits are of treatment, and they understand that and they agree to the treatment.
And did Ms. Clancy show that she had informed consent to everything you discussed?
Yes.
Now, was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy on September 28th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
And so during that appointment, did you discuss medication, the Zoloft that you had prescribed to her?
Yes.
And what did you learn from Ms. Clancy about whether or not she had taken that medication?
She shared that she decided not to take it.
Did she tell you that she had picked it up but had decided not to take it?
Yes.
Did she tell you how she was feeling?
She said a little bit better.
And did she elaborate on that?
The baby was getting some more sleep, so she was also able to get some more sleep, and that helped her feel better.
And at this appointment, did you go through a mental status exam of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what is a medicine exam?
So a mental status exam is an assessment of the patient at the point of meeting. It can change at different times, but it's comprehensive, referring to how the patient appears, how they cooperate, how they speak, how they describe their thoughts, how they're able to communicate with you, and what their mood is like.
And do you do that at every appointment with every patient?
Yes.
And so on the September 28th, 2022, when you met with Lindsay Clancy for that second meeting, did you do a mental status examination?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
So I can. Is it okay if I read it from the note, or do you just want me to?
There's no objection.
Go ahead, you may.
She was alert. She was oriented. She was appropriate. Her rapport, meaning how she worked with me, was appropriate. Dressed appropriately. Euthymic, meaning not depressed, not angry. Kind of a normal mood. Her affect was full. Her speech was appropriate. Her thought content and process were appropriate. She did not mention any hallucination. At this point, I mentioned her insight was poor. Her judgment was excellent. Her cognition did not show any deficits, and there was normal psychomotor activity.
And why did you list that her insight was poor?
So I think that must have been related to the fact that at this point, she did have some very clinically significant anxiety. Usually when people come to a psychiatrist, they believe that their symptoms are significant and that a medication is something that might be prescribed. But despite these symptoms, she still didn't want to try the medicine.
And what is the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
So a psychiatrist is a medical doctor. We go to medical school and then we specialize in psychiatry. A psychologist does not go to medical school. They may do a lot of research in their training. They may learn a lot about psychotherapy, but they don't learn about the human body, about how we metabolize medications and things like that.
And so can a psychiatrist prescribe medication?
Yes.
Can a psychologist prescribe medication?
No.
Now, in the medical records, exhibit 219, page 4, then it lists here recent lab work, no lab results were found. Is it that you had ordered lab work and you couldn't find the results, or that none were ordered?
None were ordered.
And why is that?
It was not necessary.
And why isn't it necessary at that point for Ms. Clancy to order blood work?
There's no blood work that is commonly done when a patient presents with generalized anxiety disorder and no other medical complications.
What types of situations would you order blood work for?
I mean, there could be a lot. Certain medications require laboratory monitoring. Maybe something that could affect the thyroid, could affect the cholesterol. These are things that we monitor to make sure that the medicine is prescribed safely.
And so Zoloft, is that not one of the ones that would need to be monitored for effects on the body?
Correct.
And at that time, she reported to you she wasn't even taking it yet, correct?
Correct.
And your appointment that day, I think according to the records, it was approximately 17 minutes long. Is that correct?
So can I explain that?
Absolutely.
Because I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. So the 17 minutes, I think people are looking at the note where it says a therapy start time of 10 a.m., a therapy end time of 10:17. So they're calculating 17 minutes. But those timestamps are specifically related to the therapy portion of the exam. They're not reflective of the complete duration of time when I met with her.
So what would be the complete time that you met with her on that day?
So I don't know the exact amount of minutes, but the appointments are 25-minute appointments. So it would be more or less a few minutes, about 25.
And so the 17 minutes that are for the therapy portion of the appointment, what comprises therapy? What does that involve?
It really varies based on the person, based on the situation. It can involve, providing some emotional support.
I apologize. Can you talk about Lindsay Clancy rather than in general? That's all.
It's
I'm going to allow a little bit of the background, so that then we'll move into the defendant.
Thank you. So you were saying that therapy portion is kind of talking to the patient, seeing how they are, and getting an assessment of their current mental state.
Yes.
And the other 8 minutes, typically, what happens in those 8 minutes?
That's more focused on specifically medications and medication management.
So these appointments that you had with Lindsay Clancy, when it says 17 minutes, that's the therapy, the talk portion of the appointment. And then there was a separate portion where medication was discussed?
Yes. In the real world, those two segments are intertwined. So it's not necessarily that we say, this is the end of your therapy component. It's a bit more seamless than that.
Now, in your training and experience and the way you conduct your practice, if you're having a therapy portion or you're conducting therapy with a client and that 25 minutes has run out, is it a hard stop or is there an option to continue?
It's not a hard stop. I do have limitations because I have other patients that are waiting. But if there's something urgent, I can go a little bit over. If there's an emergency, I can cancel the next patient if I have to.
And these 25-minute appointments that you have, if a patient were to request a longer appointment with you, is that available?
It's an option.
Did Lindsay Clancy ever request a longer appointment time with you?
No.
Now, that appointment on September 28th, 2022, was that also a virtual appointment?
Yes.
And did Ms. Clancy appear to be alone in that virtual appointment?
Yes.
And based on your conversations and assessment of her on that day, what was the plan going forward?
So at this point, she was improving, and we decided to pause on the medication question and have her meet with one of our therapists.
So that first appointment was on September 15th. You recommended therapy. The next appointment was September 28th. So had Lindsay not scheduled a therapy appointment yet with Jennifer McAllister at that point?
I'm not sure when she called to schedule that.
And but that was the plan going forward, that your recommendation was that she attend therapy with Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
And did Ms. Clancy seem receptive to that plan?
Yes.
Did she tell you she was going to make an appointment with Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
Now, according to the records, the next appointment was October 3rd, 2022, just 5 days later. Was there a reason that you had such a short time span between that September 28th appointment and the October 3rd appointment with Ms. Clancy?
I believe that the patient must have scheduled the appointment on her own, and that's why the span of time was rather short.
Do you recall Ms. Clancy reaching out to you about getting paperwork for a maternity leave extension?
Yes.
And did she reach out to you through the portal for Astor Health?
Yes.
And did you respond to her on that portal?
Yes.
And did you fill out paperwork for her to extend her maternity leave?
I think that I did.
And so there is a message from Ms. Clancy to you on September 30th, 2022 in the portal that states, "Hi, Dr. Tufts. Thanks again for all your help at our last 2 appointments. While I'm feeling just better enough to function without medication, I did reach out to my employer about extending my leave for reasons of postpartum anxiety/depression. I don't feel mentally well enough to return to taking care of patients with a baby at home that still won't take the bottle. I know this will trigger my anxiety too much, and also having to stay up all night as a nurse, I don't feel it's possible right now. They asked that my provider could fill out a form so they could process this request. Can I please send you the form to fill out?" And you responded on September 30th, 2022 at 2:41 p.m. This type of paperwork often requires a lot of information, so it's best if we go through it together in an appointment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So would that have been why the October 3rd appointment was set up?
That may have been, yes.
And then do you recall receiving a message from Ms. Clancy on October 10th, 2022, stating, "Hi, Dr. Tufts, there is a part on the serious health condition form that you filled out for me that needs to be changed. On the second page, you put I could work a reduced schedule of 8 hours per day, 2 days per week. However, we discussed not working at all until January 1st. I think we..."
This comment, I was just thinking the exact same thing. I was thinking, in an appointment, they're usually, okay, all right, thanks. If you have any questions, blah, 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 blah. Like, nobody has ever said, would you like a little more time today? I've never saw it happen in therapy, in anything. Would you like some more? No, I've never heard it. Like, or it's, maybe, I don't know. Do they tell you when you walk in the door now? If you don't think your appointment's long enough, you can just stay. Never heard that before, ever. She's in the state hospital now. They seem to have her meds leveled off. Not sure. We will hear testimony from the state hospital upcoming at some point. Someone has a cocktail of meds prescribed now. Would love to know. Yeah, I heard that too. And I heard it's not the greatest place, but
talked about when I returned to work, that is what I could do. But that the way it appears on the form makes it seem like I can do that now. Do you still have the form to make the adjustment, or do I need to send it back to you? And then you responded that you would send back an updated version. Is that correct?
Yes.
So do you recall having a conversation with Ms. Clancy at the October 3rd appointment about not returning to work and how long she should be out of work for?
I recall having a conversation about that.
And that January 1st date, was that something you decided or something Ms. Clancy requested?
I think it was something that we decided together.
And in that appointment on October 3rd, did Ms. Clancy tell you that she was on the verge of taking the medication?
Yes.
And did you discuss that with her?
Yes.
And what was that discussion?
Well, she was having more anxiety again. It seemed like maybe it had started getting better, and then it was kind of where it had been when she initially reached out. And so she was feeling like a medication might be helpful.
And did Ms. Clancy tell you at that appointment that she wanted to try therapy before taking the medication?
Yes.
But she had not appointment with McAllister yet, correct?
I'm not sure what date her first appointment was with Jennifer McAllister.
showing you page 57 of Exhibit 219, an initial therapy assessment by Jennifer McAllister on October 3rd, 2022. Would that have been the first time she saw Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
So that's on that same day that you saw her. It looks like from the records you saw her at 11:30. Is that correct?
I don't have the time on my paper, but I'm sure that's correct.
Okay. So apparently she saw you about the work form, and then she had an appointment with Ms. McAllister. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it says here in the records that Jennifer McAllister is an LMHC. What is that?
A licensed mental health counselor.
And so is a counselor, a licensed mental health counselor, someone who can conduct therapy sessions?
Yes.
And why is it in your practice that you have a psychiatrist who does therapy and prescribes medication, but in addition, you would have a therapist doing counseling?
So today, a lot of psychiatry is practiced as a team. At least that's how we practice at my office. So oftentimes the therapist is able to see the patient every single week. They're able to focus in more depth on certain aspects of the patient's well-being. And so it's helpful to have one person paying extra attention to the therapy component, especially when the psychiatrist does have to spend a lot of time discussing the medications and thinking about the medications.
And so is that the teamwork approach that Lindsay Clancy received in her treatment at Astor Mental Health?
Yes.
And in that October 3rd assessment with Ms. McAllister, you reviewed those notes and records so that you could properly treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And in that first meeting with Ms. McAllister, the defendant described her relationship with her parents as very supportive and stable, correct?
I don't have Jennifer's notes in front of me.
Showing you page 60. You want to just review the notes? Sure. We'll look up when you finish.
And we also noticed she possibly has some side effects from the medication, the tardive dyskinesia. Remember when her eyes were blinking the other day? So she's definitely on stuff. I mean, definitely it appears that way. I would imagine
That
she
refresh
would
your memory
have
as
to
to the
be.
notes that you reviewed from Lindsay's session with McAllister?
Yes.
And so in that session, Ms. Clancy stated that her parents were very supportive and stable.
Yes.
And she also mentioned having the support of an older sister who only lived 2.5 hours away. Is that correct?
That's what she stated in the note to Jen.
Did she also say that she was not close with her in-laws who lived in Situate? She would see them often as they were her husband's parents, but she didn't generally allow them to watch the children. Is that correct?
That's what I read.
And there's a quote in here, don't have a particular reason why, they don't bug me about it either. Is that correct?
That's what I read.
And October 3rd, 2022, when you met with her that day, did you again do a mental status exam?
Yes.
Had anything changed in that mental status exam from the September 28th meeting that you had with her?
Can I review it?
Yes.
There isn't anything that stands out to me right now.
And I think that what you put on the October 3rd date was that her insight was still poor.
Yes.
Was that for the same reasons you described earlier?
Yes.
The next time that you saw Ms. Clancy, was that on October 20th, 2022?
Yes.
And what information did you learn on that date about whether or not she was taking the Zoloft you had prescribed?
So she told me that she decided to start the Zoloft.
And did she tell you how long she had been taking it?
For 1 week.
And did she tell you that the previous night she had increased the dose?
Yes.
And that's what was in the original prescription, correct? To take the pills at 25 milligrams for 1 week and then increase to 50?
Yes.
So if that had been done, taking the pills for 1 week would be 7 pills, and then increasing the dosage the next night would be 2 pills.
Yes.
And so that would be 9 pills.
Yes.
When she told you she increased the dose, she told you she now feels awful. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was it that was bothering her?
She was having increased difficulty sleeping. She had loss of appetite, diarrhea. She was feeling her mood was down. She was tearful and feeling very foggy and feeling very anxious.
Now, what is the lowest dose of Zoloft that you would prescribe a patient or could prescribe?
The smallest pill is 25.
And what's the highest dose of Zoloft?
200.
So she was on the lowest dose of 25. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then according to what she told you, she had increased for 1 night to 50 milligrams. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she also tell you she was scared to start something new?
Yes.
Is that in terms of another medication?
Yes.
So what was your discussion with Ms. Clancy when she's telling you that she's having these issues with Zoloft, but she's afraid to try something new?
So we discussed what to do moving forward. So we discussed whether it would make sense to switch to a different medication at that point. And at that moment, because of her negative experience with the Zoloft, she did not want to start a new medication at that point.
At this meeting with her, did you ask her if she had any suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you ask her if she had any homicidal ideation or thoughts?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you ask her if she was hearing any voices or seeing any visual hallucinations?
I'm not sure if I asked that in that appointment, but she was very clearly not psychotic.
And why do you say that?
Because of how I described some of the signs of psychosis that are on the mental status exam, none of those were present.
What was her affect during this meeting?
It was depressed.
And did you write that that she was? Strike that. What was it about her affect that made you write that she was depressed?
She visually appeared like she was feeling sad.
And her mood, how did she report that to you?
That was depressed as well and anxious.
What about her thought content and process that day?
That was appropriate.
And her speech?
It was appropriate.
And her judgment and cognitive skills?
Her judgment was excellent and her cognition didn't have any deficits.
And her psychomotor activity?
Normal.
So the main change here from previous visits was that she appeared depressed and anxious.
Yes.
Although she had appeared anxious that first visit, correct?
Yes.
So to make sure we have the timeline correct, the first visit she appeared anxious. The second visit she appeared to be doing better. The third visit, she still had that poor insight when you met about the paperwork. And then this fourth visit, she appears depressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she also tell you that she was worried about getting suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
So that would have come directly from her, correct?
Yes.
And what was that? What were the details of that conversation?
So it was one of the things that she was anxious about. It was a fear of one day having suicidal thoughts if she were to continue to feel poorly.
Okay. And showing you page 77, exhibit 219. I know you said earlier you weren't sure if you asked her about audio or visual hallucinations, but just directing your attention to the integral history, if that refreshes your memory.
Yes.
So did you ask her about audio hallucinations and visual hallucinations?
On the 21st, I did.
Okay. All right. So then there was an appointment the following day on October 21st?
Yes.
So why did she have an appointment that following day?
Because she was feeling pretty poorly after starting the Zoloft, so we were following her closely.
And at that point, you knew that she had had an appointment on the 3rd with Ms. McAllister, correct?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not she had followed up making another appointment or was struggling with that?
She was planning on making another appointment. I don't know when that second appointment was scheduled.
When that first appointment where she was seeming depressed and having issues with Zoloft on October 20th, did you tell her to stop taking the medication at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you discuss other options with her other than medication, like natural remedies?
Yes.
And what type of natural remedies did you discuss with Ms. Clancy?
So I mentioned things like fish oils, something called L-methylfolate or SAME. These are supplements.
And why would you offer alternative remedies to a patient?
So it was because she seemed reluctant to start a prescribed medication. I thought she might be more open to something that was natural.
So you weren't pushing her to take a prescription medication, correct?
No.
Now, on October 21st, when you saw her, did she tell you that she hadn't been able to get any sleep the night before?
Yes.
You've already said she told you she wasn't having audio or visual hallucinations, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she was having suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
What was her affect that day?
It was depressed.
And did she tell you during your conversation that day that she had been anxious all day, not depressed or irritable, getting better?
Yes.
Okay, so she's telling you she's not depressed, but her affect to you appeared depressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that for the same reasons you stated earlier, those visual cues that you saw?
Yes.
Did she appear hyper or manic in any way?
No.
Was there any changes in her rate of speech or pattern of speech?
No.
Was there any difference in her mental status exam?
No.
And this appointment, was this appointment virtual as well?
Yes.
Had all your appointments up to this point been virtual?
Yes.
Was she alone in that virtual meeting?
Yes.
What was the plan that was formulated on October 21st?
So the plan was that she start a medication called Ativan to be taken as needed, which means not necessarily every day, but in the instance of severe anxiety.
And how did you explain to Ms. Clancy when to take the medication?
I don't remember exactly how I explained that.
So in general, as a psychiatrist, when you're prescribing a medication like Ativan and you're telling a patient to take as needed, what does that mean?
So it means when the symptoms are present, and in this case in particular, when the symptoms are severe.
So with Ms. Clancy, what were the symptoms that she was experiencing that made you decide that Ativan would be an appropriate medication?
Anxiety.
So would it be when she was feeling anxious, feeling those symptoms of anxiety, that she should take the medication?
Yes.
And what was the dose again?
0.5.
What's the lowest dose of Ativan you can give?
0.5.
What's the highest dose?
Maybe 2.
So you started her at the lowest dose, the 0.5.
Yes.
And was there a specific time frame that you wanted her to try this in?
Yes, this was for 1 week.
And was the prescription for a 1 week amount, or is it hard to tell that because it's as needed?
It's hard to tell that without seeing exactly how many pills were prescribed.
And was there also, again, a recommendation to go to Ms. McAllister for therapy?
Yes.
And when were you recommending follow-up with Ms. Clancy?
1 week.
And why a short turnaround at this point?
Because she was still having very significant symptoms.
And did you in fact see her on October 26, 2022?
Yes.
And at that appointment, what was Ms. Clancy's affect?
Depressed.
What was her mood according to her?
It was anxious and depressed.
And did you discuss with her whether she was taking the Ativan and whether it was working?
She said that it was not helpful for her sleep, but it made her feel less anxious.
And in this appointment, there was a discussion of Benadryl. Is that correct?
So she reported that Benadryl was something she had tried and it was helpful. It was taken over the counter.
Had you recommended or told her to take the Benadryl at that point?
I don't think so.
And so when you met with her and she told you that she had taken the Benadryl and it had helped, what was your reaction to that?
I was glad that something was helping.
And did she tell you how often she was taking it or how much of it she was taking?
I don't recall.
Did you ask her that day if she had any suicidal or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was the response?
No.
Did you see any signs of psychosis that day?
No.
Up to that point on October 26, 2022, had you ever had any difficulties in communicating with Ms. Clancy?
No.
And ever any difficulties understanding her or thinking she wasn't understanding what you were saying?
No.
At this appointment on October 26, 2022, did she tell you that she had scheduled an appointment for therapy with Ms. McAllister?
I don't remember. Oh, yes, she did. She said she has an upcoming appointment.
And what was the plan after meeting with Ms. Clancy on the 26th?
So at that point, we discussed trying a new medication because she felt that whatever side effects were caused by the Zoloft had resolved, but she still had the same anxiety that she had beforehand. So we discussed starting the medication Buspar at 5 milligrams twice a day.
And what is the lowest dose of Buspar?
5 milligrams.
And what is the highest dose you can prescribe?
The pills probably come up to 30 and multiple 30 pills taken per day.
So you could prescribe someone more than 30 milligrams per day?
Like a total dose of 60.
Okay. So you started her again at the lowest dose?
Yes.
And why did you choose Buspar?
So Buspar is very well tolerated. It's a very mild medicine, especially for someone who is experiencing side effects from another medication.
And what does Buspar do?
It lowers anxiety.
And was she to continue taking the Ativan with the Buspar?
She could continue taking it as needed if she were to have those extreme moments of anxiety.
So would it be that the Buspar was twice a day, and then if she felt really anxious, she could take an Ativan?
Yes, because given that low dose of the Buspirone, it might not have.
Hey, did we miss when the judge? We didn't miss it, right? When the judge accuses because I see Lindsay Clancy's defense accuses prosecutor of saying shut her up. We didn't miss that, right? That's still coming up. Okay, I hope so. I didn't want to miss that part. Let me see. I just checked. Court records show attorneys on both sides have prepared 168 possible witnesses, including law enforcement officials and other people. It's a lot of dang people. Okay, new info for me today. Lindsay Clancy, self-reporting, 2 drinks a day, 5 times a week. Tough suggested CBD gummies if she didn't want farm, but this seems to be contradicted by the Ativan and Buspar. Yeah. And I don't know. There's some, to me, I don't know if the Benadryl is such a great idea either, to be honest, but I'm just saying that. Still a lot of cocktail meds for sure. Yeah. And All right, I'll continue because I got thoughts.
Not have been enough of a dose to be effective right away.
And Buspar and Buspirone are the same thing?
Yes, sorry.
There's also a note in here prescribing hydroxyzine 25 milligrams daily as needed for anxiety. What is that?
Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine. It's similar to the Benadryl that she had been taking for sleep. So I recommended that she try the hydroxyzine. It is a safer medicine to take compared to the Ativan. So if someone is feeling very anxious and they can take a hydroxyzine and that prevents them from needing to take the Ativan, that's good. So I wanted her to at least try that option instead.
So you gave her several options on how to deal with the anxiety as it appeared each day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why take hydroxyzine, which is an antihistamine, instead of just taking the Benadryl?
So they're very similar, but hydroxyzine is indicated for anxiety, whereas Benadryl is really indicated for allergies.
And you discussed this plan with Ms. Clancy, and did she agree to that plan?
Yes.
And in discussing it with her, did you go over all the possible side effects and the interactions of the medications that you had prescribed?
Yes.
And did she voice any concerns about any of that?
No. I mean, I think she was still apprehensive about starting a new medicine and about potential side effects, but nothing specific.
So it was a general concern about medication in general?
Yes.
But after you had the conversation and explained what you were recommending and prescribing, did she agree to that plan?
Yes.
And was there any change in her mental status that day?
No.
Now, going to the next time that you saw Ms. Clancy was at October 30. I'm sorry, was her next appointment on October 31st with Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
So you were able to review in the records in preparation for your next appointment that she had, in fact, went to a therapy appointment.
Yes.
And the therapy appointment was at approximately an hour-long appointment with Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
When was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy?
November 2nd.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll take Benadryl once in a while, but it has been linked to, if you take it, to dementia and other memory issues later in life, but also the anticholinergic effects. For me, it's the urine. I can't pee when I take an anticholinergic, but here's some of the, it can also cause memory fog as well. I just put a copy of it here, some of the anticholinergic effects. Okay.
And on that date, was that also a virtual appointment?
Yes.
Do you know whether the therapy appointment with Ms. McAllister was in person or virtual?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was virtual.
Okay. And up to this point, had Ms. Clancy ever told you that she didn't want to do virtual, that she wanted to come in person?
No.
Now, on this November 2nd appointment, did you have a discussion about the Buspar?
Yes.
And what was that discussion?
So she did not start it. She was too afraid to start a new medication.
Did she tell you that she had continued with the Ativan and the Benadryl?
She said she continued with the Ativan.
Ativan. Was there any further discussion about the Benadryl or the other antihistamine that you had prescribed, the hydroxyzine? I hope I'm saying that correctly.
You are. And I'm not sure. I don't think there was much conversation about the Benadryl or the hydroxyzine.
And what was her affect that day?
It appeared appropriate.
And what was her mood? How did she report feeling?
Euthymic.
What does that mean?
Euthymic means a normal mood, not necessarily sad or angry or euphoric. It's just kind of neutral in the middle.
And would that have been a word coming from Ms. Clancy, or just how you describe the word you used?
It's a clinical word.
And did you ask her if she had any suicidal or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you see any signs of psychosis present in her that day?
No.
That day, did you discuss alternatives to Ativan?
Yes.
And why were you discussing alternatives to the Ativan?
Because Ativan was not a medication I intended for her to be taking for a long period of time. It was a short-term medication.
And why is that?
Because it does have a risk of dependency when people take it for a long period of time, and especially at high doses.
So did you bring up this discussion about alternatives to Ativan, or did Ms. Clancy ask about it?
I think that was something I brought up.
And what were the alternatives that you discussed with her?
Remeron, trazodone, pregabalin, and hydroxyzine.
And what was it about those medications that you thought they would be appropriate for Ms. Clancy?
That they might be safer medications that could also help her with sleep, also help her with some of the anxiety.
And how are they safer?
So they don't have that risk of the dependency.
And while you're interacting with her and discussing the alternative to Ativan, what was her mental status that day? Was there any change in it?
No.
And so after this discussion with her about the alternatives, was there a decision made on how to proceed?
Yes. So we discussed tapering the Ativan by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks.
And what does tapering mean?
It means slowly reducing.
And why do you slowly reduce a medication?
So when you are taking Ativan, like I mentioned, the risks of dependency, there's also risks of withdrawal symptoms if a medication like that is abruptly stopped. So that's why we gradually decrease it.
And so if the plan was to decrease it by 0.25 milligrams a week, what amount was she taking per week?
So it was by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay.
So at first we were decreasing it from 1 to 0.75.
So it was a 1 milligram pill that she was taking, and then she would just take less and less and less until she wasn't taking it any longer.
Yes.
Okay. And then had you, with Ms. Clancy, decided on a replacement for the Ativan?
At this point, I don't think there was a medicine that we had decided on.
So the plan at that point was just to taper off the Ativan, but nothing was added at that point?
Yes.
Did you next see Ms. Clancy on November 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall why there was a 20-day gap between seeing her on the 2nd and then seeing her on the 22nd?
Well, I'm not sure. I would really be guessing if I said.
Okay. Did you learn at that appointment on November 22nd of 2022 that Ms. Clancy had started another program?
Yes.
And what program was that?
It was a South Shore perinatal mental health clinic.
And was that the first that you learned of Ms. Clancy being involved in that program?
Yes.
Did she tell you she was thinking about doing it, or that she was already enrolled in that program?
That she was enrolled in it, and that what it sounded like she was going to be transferring her care there.
Okay. And did she tell you that she was starting a new medication?
Yes.
What did she tell you she was starting?
She said she was going to start Prozac.
And did she also tell you that what she was currently using for medication?
Yes.
And what was that?
The Ativan and the Benadryl.
And did she tell you that was for sleep as needed?
Yes.
And so you had put in place a plan on November 2nd to taper off the Ativan, but on November 22nd, she was still on the Ativan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And had she tapered off or reduced the dose, to your knowledge?
I don't have it documented exactly what dose she was taking on that date. She was just still taking the medicine.
Still taking it. Okay. On that date, did Ms. Clancy deny suicidal and homicidal ideation?
Yes.
Did she show any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did she also tell you that she was going to be transferring her therapy care to that South Shore Perinatal Health Clinic?
Yes.
So basically, at that point, the plan was for her to receive her mental health care at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic and no longer see you. Was that the plan? Okay. Was there also discussion of a return to work letter that day?
Yes.
And did she request that from you?
Yes.
And did you give her a return to work letter?
Yes.
And was that authorizing her to return to work immediately, or on January 1st, as the previous form had said?
I don't remember what date it was for her to return to work. I don't think it was immediate.
Did you then have a further appointment with Ms. Clancy on December 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And how is it that she was planning on transferring care to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic on November 22nd, but then on December 1st, she has an appointment with you?
So patients can schedule their own appointments. I'm not involved in the scheduling. I can schedule an appointment if someone asks me to, but they can schedule it without my awareness. So she had scheduled it.
So she hadn't reached out to you in advance to ask about it. She just scheduled an appointment with you for December 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that appointment, did she tell you that she ended up not returning to work?
Yes.
And what was discussed at that appointment?
That she wasn't getting better.
And in what ways wasn't she getting better?
She had tried the Ativan taper, but without the Ativan, she was having a lot of difficulty sleeping. So she tried a few different medications, a few different medication combinations, but she was having trouble with them.
And did she tell you what types of medication she had tried?
Yes.
And what were those?
Trazodone 50 to 150 milligrams was minimal effect. Ativan and Benadryl combination was helpful. Then she added the Prozac 10 milligrams with the Ativan and Benadryl to help with the sleep, but she still had worse sleep, so that was stopped. Then she tried a combination of Remeron with Klonopin, but she felt disoriented, had rebound anxiety, and it was of minimal help. Then she tried Remeron and Seroquel, and that was prescribed, but she didn't take it.
And these medications that she was talking to you about, those weren't prescribed by you, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that those had been prescribed by her provider at South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
And what is Trazodone?
It is the category is an antidepressant, but the doses that we use are low, so it's really a sleep medicine.
And what is the lowest dose of trazodone?
50.
And what is the highest?
It can go very high, up to maybe 600.
Okay. So the 50 to 150 milligrams that Ms. Clancy told you she had taken, is that on the lower end of the dosage?
Yes, it's the commonly prescribed dose, again, because it's mostly used as a sleep medicine. So those are the normal ranges.
Okay. And Prozac, I think you had said earlier, was an SSRI?
Yes.
And that was a medication Ms. Clancy had told you she had taken in nursing school, correct?
Yes.
With no side effects then?
Yes.
And she told you on December 1st, 2022, that the Prozac had worsened her sleep?
Yes.
And then what is Remeron?
Remeron is mirtazapine.
And what's that?
It's another antidepressant.
And what is Klonopin?
It is a benzodiazepine like the Ativan.
So prescribing Remeron as an antidepressant and Klonopin as an anxiety medication, is that an unusual combination?
No.
And then she told you she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel, but hadn't started that, correct?
So I think she had started the Remeron, but maybe hadn't started the Seroquel yet.
And did she also tell you that she was having some intrusive thoughts on the Remeron, so she was planning on stopping?
Yes.
Did she tell you what those intrusive thoughts were?
She said it was a feeling like I'm going to die.
Not a feeling that she wanted to kill herself, but a feeling like she was.
This is just making me more convinced that she was really struggling. Anybody else? Okay.
Going to die.
Yes.
Did you ask her if she had suicidal ideation?
Yes.
What was her response?
So she denied having suicidal ideation, but she was feeling pretty badly. She said she was close to it, meaning close to having some suicidal thoughts, and that she was feeling very hopeless. But she didn't have any active thoughts of hurting herself, didn't have any intention of doing anything, didn't have any plans.
Did she also tell you, and this is a quote in the records on page 144, I think it's my problem. I keep reaching out to different people and not sticking with the plan.
That's what I documented.
And did you discuss that with her, that concern that she kept reaching out to different people and wouldn't stick with the plan?
Yes. I advised that she have one person who is managing the medications.
And why is that important?
So that it's very clear what's happening.
And what is the importance, if any, of sticking with a plan, a mental health plan?
It was,
Well, the importance of sticking.
does anybody remember? I think it was 1 to 2 glasses of wine about 5 times a week. Do you remember how much wine she said she was drinking? 1 to 2 glasses 5 times a week. I don't know. I know it's people that take out a van and drink like that wine socially, or a couple glasses. I don't know, but probably not a great idea, truly.
Of sticking with a plan. Obviously the psychiatrist comes up with a plan for very particular reasons. And so, sticking with the plan is advisable.
When you prescribe psychiatric medications, do those medications take effect immediately?
No.
How does that effect start to happen in a person?
Well, it depends which medicine. Some medicines do work very quickly.
Also, I believe when the anxiety is getting to her too. This isn't working. I got to do something. I'm going to try something else, try something else, try something else. Like, to me, that's like as worst case scenario. The anxiety is talking to you. You want to fix this. You need to fix this. So you keep, kind of going. They say people underreport. So yeah, I was told way back when. So if somebody tells you they have 2 glasses 5 times a week, they probably have 4 glasses 5 times a week. But I don't know if I go for that, because people have asked me how much wine I drink, and I've always told them exactly how much. Sometimes I'll drink, 3 or 4 glasses in a night. 4 is too many. It makes me, but you know what I mean? Like, I've always told, and not every night, by the way, just FYI. And you can double that to not every night twice. But yes, it definitely people underreport. That is a very true story.
Like the benzodiazepines, Ativan and Klonopin. But the medicines that prevent anxiety, the medicines that prevent depression, those do take a long time to actually kick in.
And why is that?
So the way that the medications interact with the brain, the serotonin receptors, the way that they change the neurotransmitters, it takes time for those changes to happen.
Okay. Now, did you also talk to Ms. Clancy about bipolar disorder that day?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
So it was mentioned because of the poor reaction she had had to some of her medications, the insomnia. So we discussed whether these side effects she was experiencing indicated she had bipolar disorder. But when that was assessed, it was not deemed that she had bipolar disorder.
And why was that?
Because she really didn't meet the criteria.
And what criteria didn't she meet?
So there's a number of different criteria for bipolar disorder, or specifically looking at mania, because she did have some symptoms of depression, but the other side is mania. So the most important one is euphoria. So actually 7 days of continued euphoria with very high energy levels. That's the most important one. But then in addition to that, you need some other things like potentially pressured speech, grandiosity, which is like a person feeling superhuman or godlike. You might see increased risk-taking behaviors. Usually those are significant risks, like somebody having affairs or using drugs, things that really negatively impact their life. The person might have a decreased need for sleep, which is not just insomnia, but it's truly not needing the sleep and having enormous amounts of energy otherwise.
What is pressured speech?
It means talking very fast, so fast that it's really hard to interrupt them.
And did you ask Ms. Clancy on December 1st questions that would potentially elicit whether or not she met that criteria?
Yes.
And did any of her responses to your questions indicate any instances of mania in her past or present?
No.
What was the plan going forward from that day?
So at this point, she was still seeing the doctors or the providers at South Shore, and so they were still managing her medications. So the plan was that she had an appointment with them tomorrow. She was considering taking the Seroquel without the Remeron because she had had side effects with that, but that wasn't decided on. That was something to consider. And we also talked about starting a medicine called lamotrigine. I just gave her some information about the medicine, and we also talked about her going to a partial hospitalization program, which provides extra support for people who are really struggling.
Lamotrigine, is that Lamictal?
Yes.
And did you prescribe it to her that day or just discuss that option with her?
Just discussed on that day.
Why did you discuss that option with her?
Because it was clear that she had depressive symptoms and she was not tolerating some of the other antidepressants. So I thought that might be another option to explore.
And you also discussed with her a partial hospitalization program?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Because she was really having a hard time. She had, mentioned those thoughts of feeling hopeless and the intrusive thoughts. So I referred her to a program that would provide extra support. It would be a program that she went to every single day, not hospitalized. She could still stay at home and be with her family, but that she would have all day care every day for, as long as that was needed.
And what program was that you referred her to?
The HRI program.
What does HRI stand for?
It's a hospital. I'm not sure what it stands for.
And where is that program located?
It's in Massachusetts, I think Brookline.
And when you referred her, when you talked about that program with Ms. Clancy and referred her to that program, what was her response?
Well, I gave her the information for it. It's a program where the patient can call and schedule their intake appointment. So I gave her that information.
And was there any concern at that point? You had mentioned earlier that it's important to have, one provider.
All right, you guys, this is my friend Veronica. She knows OB too. She's also a nurse. We got a lot of nurses in the crowd here, which makes me very, very happy. Oops.
Prescribing medication, knowing what you're taking. You knew she was going to the South Shore perinatal program. Was there any concern about discussing medications with her, like Lamictal, on the first when you knew she was seeing these other providers?
Well, she continued to see me in more of a supportive role, and I was just trying to help her, give her as much information that could potentially be helpful. So it was something for her to discuss with the other providers.
Did you ever reach out to South Shore or to get those records, or ask Lindsay for some type of waiver to get the South Shore records?
No, I didn't. And the reason why is because she was very aware of what the medications were. She was very able to communicate what the different treatment decisions were. She was very medically sophisticated, so I didn't think it was necessary.
And you were aware she was a labor and delivery nurse, correct?
Yes.
So you were aware she was familiar with.
Good point, Lori. She's been very, very open and honest with everybody. So hopefully she was about that too. That makes sense because she's been very forthcoming about, she's not trying to mask anything. Very true. So hopefully she really wanted help as far as I could tell. And yes, Veronica is a labor and delivery expert. She's, I've known Veronica for what, 20 something years plus. Yes, we love our nurses. Nurses, hello. What'd you say? Nurses. You love our nurses. All right. Let's see. You guys chime in here anytime if you have thoughts about all these meds. 22 years. Okay. That long. It's a long time. Ah! Sorry, you guys. Push the
Familiar with
buttons.
medications, and she was able to communicate with you on a level that's not a typical patient, correct?
Yes.
Did you next see her on December 16th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you make that appointment with her, or did she reach out as she did on the December 1st and make her own appointment?
I'm not sure.
And that appointment on December 16th, 2022, what did you discuss with her that day?
So she was still not feeling well. She said, I'm having a really rough time. She said she found something.
And sometimes they catch the baby too. I remember when my daughter was having my first grandson, the poor nurse, who's one of my old coworkers, literally held him. And she's like, my arm is killing me because doctor, where's the doctor? Where's Dr. Agnew? Comes on in, no stirrups, no nothing, just boom. Jen should have just got it over with before he got there. But then do you still have to write up a report? Do you still have to write an incident report when you do that, you guys?
Something that was helpful for her sleep, Valium and quetiapine, which is Seroquel. She said it finally works, but feeling very depressed during the day, no motivation, had some SI, suicidal ideation. So she went to Mass General emergency room, declined inpatient. She was feeling hopeless, but didn't have any intent or suicidal plans.
So when she told you that she had some suicidal ideation, did you ask her specifics about that?
Yes.
And what was her response?
So she described it as this hopelessness, like a fear of not getting better.
Did she have a plan on a plan to kill herself, or a plan of how to kill herself?
No.
And you mentioned she told you she went to Mass General Hospital emergency.
Can I just say, I kind of wish that we didn't have that whole thing about you need to have a plan, or people that they don't allow. Well, she doesn't have a plan. She can go home now. I think that needs to be changed. I wonder if I should ask Brian about that. The babies do not always wait for doctors. They do not. Sometimes they get delivered at Jack in the Box. Just saying. Kayla too. Kayla's another L&D nurse. Before this trial, I thought the worst of Lindsay. Now I feel bad for her. She was failed by so many people. One person stepping up and caring could have changed all this. Yeah, and the whole thing, they just kept passing her on, giving her meds, passing her on. And honestly, I would have thought they would have really taken her even more seriously because of the fact that she was a nurse and she didn't have any history of any kind of, real craziness, like being arrested or anger issues or anything like that. So, yeah. But yeah, the plan thing is just, I hope that is being considered, that we don't always have a plan. She's a nurse. She knows if she says she has a plan, they will lock her away and she will have no say in her own care. That's true too, Kayla. Once you say you have a plan, knock, knock, knock at the door. If you're on a suicide hotline, yes, I have a plan. Guess who's at the door? Law enforcement, right? Hi, Mary Mac. Both your parents are RNs. Total respect. Well, thank you. Yeah, this system it really does appear to have failed her.
Emergency department because of these feelings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you that they had offered her an inpatient program at McLean and she had turned them down?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she turned them down?
I don't remember.
Did she tell you about plans? Did she tell you what she was taking for medication at that point in the plans for medication?
She said she was taking a mixture of the Valium and the quetiapine, and there was a plan to increase the quetiapine, but currently she was taking 200 milligrams.
And did she also talk to you about the women and infants program in Rhode Island?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She said that she was referred and appointments were being scheduled.
And were you familiar with that program?
I've heard about it.
What type of program is it?
It's one of those partial hospitalization programs that I had mentioned, but it is focused on postpartum. So I thought that was a good fit.
Do they rest today, Ed? Do they rest today?
Did she tell you during this appointment that she thought that her depression was related to the Seroquel?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she thought that?
She thought there was some coinciding of the
Oh, you
timing
mean
in
it's
which she
crossed
started
on
the circle
her.
and started feeling more depressed.
Got it.
And did you note in the records that it was unclear if Seroquel was causing the depression as reported? She was more depressed the last visit before.
Reddington called out the district attorney for bringing on this trial with a goal to kill the soul of his defendant. At the time, I thought, whoa, that's extreme. Now I think it's true. Yeah, he did it in his opening, right? Yeah. I still want to hear him ask the prosecutor or bring up the fact that they said, shut her up. Hey, Bella, welcome back. Welcome back. Well, Cross has to go on this witness. Okay, that's what, for some reason, I was jumping ahead thinking we were going to just go to the defense case in chief. So don't know if there are witnesses after this one. They still haven't brought their experts on unless they're just using her providers as experts, but that's kind of weird. Experts. And La Posada, Dr. La Posada is supposed to be, she was in Karen Reed trial as an expert, and she's coming in for the defense, which is supposedly going to be great. A great expert witness for the defense. Okay. We need outside experts. I agree. Yeah, that's what we need. But curious if the prosecution has any, because if they sit there and say there's no way she could possibly been in postpartum psychosis, I don't think an actual expert can say that based on what I know, what we've figured out.
Before taking it?
Yes.
Can you just explain that, what your observations were?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Seroquel was making her worse because she did already seem depressed before she had started the Seroquel. So I wasn't sure. I thought it was possible. But
what was the plan going forward from that appointment?
so the plan was for her to go to this Women in Influence program. And if she was having more suicidal thoughts, to go back to the emergency room.
And was she also planning to start Lamictal 25 milligrams daily?
Yes, at that moment, given how the depression was continuing and worsening, I did feel like after we had discussed the Lamictal numerous times that I did need to step in and prescribe that.
But when they have the grand jury, now I've never been in a grand jury hearing, it's just the prosecutor, right? So they just bring in their opinion and their thoughts, their expert, and there's nobody to reboot what they say at all, right? It's just like, she murdered her 3 kids, she was organized, she never had a history, blah blah blah. Like, they can twist it, right, to make it in their because they can choose to go in front of a judge for preliminary hearing, or they can go for the grand jury, right? So I just wonder about the grand jury when the prosecution brings their case, it's just their side, right? Am I right?
For her. And you prescribed?
So they could make it look real good to themselves. But then again, grand juries have refused to indict people before too. So
The 25 milligram daily dose for her?
Yes.
What's the lowest level of Lamictal that you would prescribe?
25.
And what's the highest?
So in psychiatry, typically 200, but I mean, it really can go up to 400 or 500.
And so again, you prescribed the lowest dose to start with, correct?
Yes.
And was she to continue with the Seroquel that she had been prescribed by the South Shore perinatal program?
Yes.
And what about Valium?
So I didn't make a recommendation on the Valium. I think there was a plan already in place on tapering it that I supported.
And did you do anything in terms of reaching out to her providers at South Shore Perinatal to let them know you were adding a prescription, or did you communicate with Ms. Clancy about letting her providers know?
I communicated with Lindsay about that, and she was so good at giving me all of these updates about what she did with them. I figured she would tell them when she next saw them.
And did she tell you that she would update them?
I believe so.
Was the next time you saw Ms. Clancy on January 6th, 2023?
Yes.
And how did that appointment come about?
So again, I don't often do the scheduling. I'm not sure exactly whether I had scheduled that or she had.
Did you learn during that appointment that Ms. Clancy had just been discharged from McLean Hospital?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Ms. Clancy tell you about her current mental state and what had happened between your last appointment on December 16th and now this appointment on January 6th?
So she was continuing to feel depressed and attributing it to the Seroquel that she had been taking. So the idea was going to McLean so that she could be safely taken off of the Seroquel.
And was it at McLean, according to Ms. Clancy, that she had tapered off the
Another thing, you kind of got to believe what a patient tells you too. Sorry, birds are freaking me out over here, and the cat. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's saying she thinks that the Seroquel is a problem. I probably believe her.
Seroquel?
Yes.
And so on January 6th, did she tell you what she was prescribed at that time?
Yes.
And what was that?
Trazodone 100 milligrams, Ativan 1 milligram, and melatonin 5 milligrams.
And are these all low doses of these medications?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she had current suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what did she say?
No.
Did you ask her if she had homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
Did you observe any signs or symptoms of psychosis in her presentation, answers, or behavior?
No, I did not.
Did you ask her about whether she was having side effects from these medications, the trazodone and the Ativan and the melatonin?
Yes.
What was her response?
So the only side effect she felt was that potentially when the Ativan would wear off, she would take it at night, and then in the morning it would wear off, and she would feel more anxious after it wore off.
And in terms of the trazodone, did she say she had any side effects from the trazodone?
No.
And melatonin was melatonin.
Melatonin is a chemical that the brain makes that tells us it's time to go to sleep. It's associated with the circadian rhythm. It's not a prescription, actually. It's a medicine that you can pick up in over the counter at the pharmacy.
And is it just to help regulate sleep?
Yes.
What was her mood according to Ms. Clancy on that date?
She was feeling numb.
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 Did that cause you any concern?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, she still appeared quite depressed.
And in what way? Was that her affect?
It was, yes. Her affect was congruent, meaning it was the same as her mood.
So just so we can understand, so if I tell you I'm happy and I appear happy, is that congruent?
Yes.
And if I tell you I'm happy but I appear sad, is that incongruent?
Yes.
And is that important when evaluating a patient?
Yes.
And why is that?
Sometimes it's not congruent, and there could be all sorts of reasons why, but it's just something to pay attention to.
And so on this day, though her mood and her affect were congruent.
Yes.
Okay. And was there a plan formulated for that day? On that day?
Yes. So the plan on that day was to increase the trazodone to 150 milligrams. She had previously taken that dose and tolerated it well. And she had just come off of the Seroquel at Mass General, at McLean. So we were still in a phase where we were monitoring to see if the depression might get better off of that medicine.
And is that why you didn't immediately prescribe a new antidepressant?
Yes.
And was she to continue the Ativan at 1 milligram per night and the melatonin at 5 milligrams per night?
Yes.
And I believe in this note for under condition, you wrote deteriorating.
Yes.
And why is that?
So it sounds like a very strong word. I will give some context that it's not my choice of a word. I have 3 options when I'm filling that out. I can say a patient is improving, unchanged, or deteriorating. So she wasn't improving and she wasn't really unchanged. She appeared a little bit worse than the last time I had seen her. So the best word is to say deteriorating.
Okay. Was there anything about her presentation or affect, things that she told you that led you to believe that she was in imminent danger of harming herself or someone else?
No, there wasn't. And we had, she was feeling depressed and we had a plan to address that.
Is there something you can do if you have a patient who you think is at risk of harming themselves or others?
Yes.
And what is that?
I could issue a Section 12, which would mandate that they be brought to a hospital for treatment, or at least for evaluation and then possible treatment.
And did you feel that was necessary at that time with Ms. Clancy?
She had,
And
she had in her system at the time of her fall, she had 6 or 5 or 6. What did she have? She had the benzos of some with the metabolites and stuff. I'm still not totally clear which benzo she took, but she had the Seroquel, trazodone, Remeron, lamotrigine in her system at the original talk screen. And the people on the stand said they were at therapeutic levels, but they did say the Seroquel was above or at peak levels, something like that. You can really get all these over a Zoom meeting. Some things make sense, but for depression, that was not resolving problem. I know we've gone a little far on the ever since COVID. I think we've gone a little far on the Zoom calls, Zoom doctor appointments, don't you? Like, I think there's a fine line that's kind of overstepped at this point. We need a pharmacist to come in for defense for the full on the cocktail of this message, info on the cocktail of these meds. Yeah. Because no one has a choice when there are only 3 options. She did end their life, even if she was not well at the time. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what you meant. Understand.
When you're evaluating a patient, taking the history, looking at their current state, looking at what the answers they give you to the questions, are you reliant on the information that they give you?
Yes.
So if a patient withholds important information, is it hard to make a diagnosis or a plan?
Yes.
Was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy on January 9th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was discussed at that appointment?
So she said that the trazodone increase was helpful. She was still getting that rebound anxiety the day after she took the Ativan. The mood was okay, but she was feeling like she was still flat. She wasn't able to cry, but she said she was able to laugh a little bit, and hadn't been having recent thoughts of suicidal ideation.
Had not been?
Had not been.
And did you also ask her if she had any homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
Did you notice any signs or symptoms of psychosis?
No, I did not.
Did you have a discussion with her about trying an antidepressant?
Yes, I did.
And what was that discussion?
So at this point, she had been off of the Seroquel for a couple weeks, and she wasn't getting better. So I thought that suggested the Seroquel might not have been what was causing depression, and it was depression. So that was what we needed to treat.
And what were your suggestions for treatment of the depression?
We considered some different options. We didn't pick a medicine on that date, but we considered amitriptyline and Wellbutrin.
And Wellbutrin was one of the medications she had taken when she was in nursing school, correct?
Yes.
And you discussed those medications on the 9th. Why wasn't a decision made that day?
Because we had made a different medication change because of that rebound anxiety with the Ativan. We decided to switch that to diazepam, which is Valium, and it has a longer half-life, meaning it's broken down by the body much more slowly, so you're less likely to get that rebound anxiety. And also the nice thing about the diazepam is it's easier to stop gradually. You can, every week or every couple of weeks, you can increase the dose by just 1 or 2 milligrams, so it's a lot easier to stop. So I felt that was a better alternative. And she also wanted to be off of the Ativan, so and be able to sleep without that kind of medicine.
And I don't think I asked you this before, but what is rebound anxiety?
It just means that when the medication that treats the anxiety gets out of the system, the anxiety comes back, and it comes back even worse.
And you explained it a little bit, but what is a half-life of a medication, and what does that mean in terms of the body processing and how it affects you?
Yeah, so it's a little bit complicated, but it's basically the time it takes for half of the medicine to be broken down by the body.
And that tells you or indicates to you how long it lasts in the system?
Yes.
And so you were saying that Valium, the diazepam, the Valium might avoid the rebound anxiety because it's slower to leave the body. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Ms. Clancy send you, after this appointment on the 9th, January 9th, did she send you emails on January 11th, 2023, asking you about your knowledge and thoughts on ketamine therapy and whether that would be a good option for her?
Yes, she did.
And what was your response to that? If you can't find it, I can bring it up to you.
I think I have it. So I mentioned that it's a great option, but it can be hard to get the insurance coverage for it.
Yeah, be careful in that heat. I told you guys the other day about my tearing down the boxes outside, and I wasn't even out there long. And I was like, I came in and the whole place was purple. Like all I saw was purple. It was really freaky. So yeah, be careful in that heat. Hydrate and electrolytes, and don't stay out there too long. Yeah, it really does sneak up on you too. That's why it takes me longer to do things. Yeah, by yourself for sure. First and only FDA-approved oral treatment for adults with postpartum depression. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. That's the IV. It started out as IV, 3 days inpatient IV. And now they have the oral. I don't know when the oral got FDA approved because a couple years ago there wasn't an oral. There was just the IV, but they have really good results with it. Kayla was mentioning it earlier too, that she's had patients, or she saw patients taking it that are, I thought it was Kayla, that were doing well. It does work for postpartum depression. Really interesting. Yeah. But it's, my understanding, it's really expensive. I mean, I guess especially the IV, because you have to be inpatient for it. And there's not a generic, so I'm sure it's really, really expensive, but probably worth it. Isn't that wild though? It works for postpartum depression specifically.
Usually you need to have demonstrated that you've tried 4 different antidepressants first, and so that it might be necessary to try another medicine first.
Okay. In that email where she was asking you about ketamine therapy, did she tell you that she was, did she say, I'm still feeling a very low mood, no motivation, just very depressed. This has been going on for months now, and I'm getting desperate for something that would work quickly to get me out of this depressed state. Do you remember that being part of the email?
Yes.
Had she indicated thoughts like that to you before, wanting something that would work quickly to help her feel better quickly?
I mean, she may have said that once or twice.
Do you know where, strike that, did you ever recommend ketamine therapy to you, or is this something she broached to you in this email for the first time?
It was something I had considered because at this point she was starting to be a bit treatment resistant, and ketamine is a treatment for treatment resistant depression. So it's a reasonable thought, but I didn't think we were at that point yet.
And you mentioned that insurance companies usually require you to try 4 antidepressants. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say treatment resistant, is that someone who is in depression, but the typical medications aren't working for them?
Yes.
And did you have an appointment with Ms. Clancy on January 16th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what was your interaction with Ms. Clancy on January 16th?
Her mood was still very low. She was still depressed. It was she was able to get out of bed and take care of her basics like hygiene and eating. Her concentration was fine, and she was doing what she needed to do to take care of her baby, though she subjectively felt like the bonding was forced with the baby.
She told you that the bonding felt forced with the baby?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she had suicidal or homicidal ideation?
I did.
And what was her response?
No.
Did she show any of the signs or symptoms of psychosis on that day?
No, she did not.
The bonding was forced. That's a pretty big red flag right there. Bonding is a huge thing. We document that all the time. Bonding in progress, right? Right from the get-go. So if she's feeling like the bonding's forced, that's a red flag for sure. In my opinion. In my expert opinion. I had 5 kids and I didn't suffer nothing. In fact, I had more energy after having suffered from sickness while pregnant. Lucky you. I would love to have had more energy.
Did you have a discussion about a Valium taper?
Yes.
And why did you have that discussion? Who brought that up?
That was because she really did not want to have to take a benzodiazepine medication every day for sleep. So we discussed how to come off of that medication safely.
And that again, is that like taper off to take a little bit less each time?
Yes.
And did
All right. Sorry. I had to step away for a second for a call. Everything freezes because everything is connected. Anyway, I'm going back. Here we go.
she agree with that plan?
Yes.
Was a decision made at that point on which, if any, antidepressant to take?
No, we had not made a decision. Oh, sorry. At this point, we did. Go ahead and decide to try the amitriptyline.
And what is amitriptyline?
So it is a tricyclic antidepressant.
What does that mean?
It's an older antidepressant. It's been around for very many years. It helps treat insomnia and some pain, headache conditions as well.
And the dose that you prescribed, did you say it was 10 milligrams?
Yes.
Is that the lowest dose?
Yes.
What's the highest dose?
Can get quite high, maybe 150.
And so again, you started her at the lowest dose. Why was it that throughout this time you're treating her and trying these different medications that you always start at the lowest dose with her?
That's standard practice because the medications, they have side effects, and the lower the dose, the more mild the side effects are, and it gives the patient time to acclimate to the medicine, and then you gradually increase it depending on how they're tolerating it.
And what was the plan going? Well, sorry, what was her mood and affect that day?
It was depressed, mood was depressed, affect was depressed and flat.
And at that point in time where she's denying suicidal ideation, denying homicidal ideation, showing no signs of psychosis, were there any grounds for you or any reason for you to seek a Section 12?
No.
Your next appointment with her was January 23rd, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, all of these appointments were virtual appointments, correct?
Yes.
During this appointment, what was her mood and affect?
Mood was depressed, affect was depressed and flat.
Did she tell you she had started the amitriptyline?
She did.
And did she tell you if there were any side effects to that?
It didn't appear that there were side effects.
What was the conversation or interaction with her that day on the 23rd?
So she said she was doing all right, a little more anxious, and the anxiety was described as the feeling of her heart racing. She had a decreased appetite as well. She was on only 2 milligrams of Valium at this point and feeling more anxious in the morning. Mood was the same, flat, anxious, no motivation, numb. She has to force herself to get out of bed and out of the house, but is able to do that. And she is sleeping okay.
And did you ask her if she had suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation on the 23rd?
Yes, I did.
What was her response?
No.
And did you notice any symptoms or signs of psychosis that day?
No.
Was there any difference in her rate of speech or speech pattern?
No.
Was there any difference in her ability to think or communicate in any way?
No.
Was there any change in her your evaluation of her judgment or insight?
No.
Did you still consider her insight poor at that point?
I did.
And why were you still considering her insight poor?
So I think there were just a couple of things that came up throughout our 14 visits that suggested that to me, like I explained earlier. But later on, it was it had to do with her over attribution. It seemed to the medications about certain symptoms that she was feeling, meaning like how she felt about the Seroquel, how she felt that was making her depressed, when in reality, I think she was just depressed. So it was related to her thoughts about medications and how she was feeling.
So would it be accurate to state that instead of accepting that she was depressed, she was placing the blame on the medication?
Yep. Sustained.
In your mental status exam of her on the 23rd, how was her appearance?
She was appropriately dressed.
How was your rapport with her?
It was appropriate.
How was her speech?
It was appropriate.
How was her thought content and process?
Appropriate.
How was her cognitive abilities?
There were no deficits.
And her psychomotor activity?
Normal.
What was the plan going forward on that day?
So we were going to continue the same dose of the diazepam because she was feeling a bit more of the anxiety. So we said to slow down the taper, and we increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams, thinking that would also help with the sleep.
And at any point in time, did she tell you she was planning to kill herself?
No.
At any point in time on the 23rd, did she say she was planning to kill her children?
No, absolutely not.
At any point in time during your interaction with her in that session, was there anything about her affect or demeanor, her behavior that indicated to you that she was a danger to herself or others?
No.
Was there any reason, based on your evaluation of her in that session, that would give you grounds to file a Section 12 on her that day?
No.
Throughout your time treating Ms. Clancy, did you continue to recommend that she attend individual therapy?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's very important.
And is there a reason it's important, or like what are the benefits?
Yeah, it has. Many studies have been done to show the efficacy of therapy as a component of treatment for depression and anxiety. So, some people may only do medicine, some people may only do therapy, but the best response is a combination.
Thank you, doctor. I have nothing further.
All right. Counsel, can I see a great sidebar?
Her birthday is I think she said 1989. So she's the same age as my oldest kid, which to me is young to be a whole psychiatrist. It just sounds like you should be older to be a psychiatrist, right? To be a whole psychiatrist, that seems wild. When you could be my child. I would not want all those pills. It was a red flag. Oh, so sorry guys, I had to put it on hold for a minute because it's so dumb. When my phone rings, I have my earbuds in, so it connects over to my earbuds, and then it freezes
All right, so
everything.
members of the jury, I'm gonna break at this point. I'm gonna excuse you till
Done for the
Monday
day?
morning at 9 o'clock. The schedule, I'm gonna suggest
Oh.
will be similar to today. It should be pretty much a full day. We are still, if not on schedule, ahead of schedule.
Do we
Just
get
kinda
to
wanna let you know
hear?
that. So now you're gonna have the weekend, and so I just kind of want to reiterate those instructions I've been giving you every day. Because you know the questions I'm going to ask you on Monday, right? And so I'm going to instruct you and remind you, I don't talk about this case with anyone. I don't do any research on this case. Don't take any field trips and happen to drive by any place that you have questions about. It's also very important you don't read anything about this case or similar cases that might come up. All right. And don't listen to anything, don't watch anything.
Yeah, I mean-
You've gotten a fair amount of evidence so far. We've been here for a couple of weeks. You don't have all the evidence. All right. And so it's important for you to keep an open mind. And the best way to do that is basically shut your mind off until Monday. All right. I know it's
Turn
been
it off.
a long couple of weeks for you. So I hope you have a nice weekend. Get rested. We'll see you everybody on Monday. And again, thank you so much
Two
for
glasses
all
of
your
wine a
time
day.
and work on this. And I really do hope you have a nice weekend. We'll see you Monday. Okay.
Court, all right. Good.
I think he's gonna- Okay, he's gonna come talk about the shut her up, right? Somebody. That has to come up right now. I want to hear this. He must be having people tell him what's being heard.
And Counsel, if I could ask you to come one more time, basically just talk about kind of the schedule for Monday.
We didn't miss that, did we? I want to see that part. Did we miss it? Where is it? How did we miss it if we missed it? I know I saw somebody has it, so I'll find it. No matter what, there's a clip of it out there. Bo lady gonna get in trouble. That's what I want to know. I want to see. So yesterday, Gen X, I guess when Lindsay was crying and they had to take a break, there's a hot mic moment from the prosecutor saying, shut her up. Something like that. So apparently Kevin Reddington was given word about that. And he is going to bring it up. And but it doesn't look like he brought it up here. Okay, we're gonna have to go find. Let me go find it because I saw it. I didn't watch it because I was waiting for you guys. But we didn't miss it. How did we miss it? Hold on, let me go find it. I want to see this. Because look, this is not here, is it? I don't see them coming back. No, they don't come back here. Maybe we missed it on one of the breaks. Okay, hold on. Let's find it. If anybody finds it before me, put it in the chat. Set her up in Lindsay Clancy. Calls out prosecution. Okay, here. Hot mic leads to disrupt during Lindsay. Defense accuser. Okay, I found one. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, this is good. Okay. Hold on. Stop. Shh, shh. Hold on. I got to share with my people. Stop talking. Okay. I got it. Let me share it with you. There's some argument already. I was like, whoa, they're getting mad because he doesn't want to go to a sidebar. Okay. Ready? Bo lady's getting in trouble. It's on shorts. I saw it, but I found a bigger one. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what they say.
And I think it's
Why don't
really,
we
no,
come
I
over
don't want to go to the sidebar. I really don't want to go to the sidebar.
I need to know what you're going to talk about before.
I want to tell you that
You know-
they got picked up on a hot mic saying, shut her up during the playing of that autopsy.
All right.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale, where you're gonna tape them
Listen, I'm not doing that at all. I just want to find out what the issue is. There's a lot of privileged issues, and then you can tell me that, and then if
No, come on. That's it. That's all we get. Boo. Hold on. Hold on.
that there is to be no inappropriate comments or disruptive comments to be made inside of this courtroom. If anybody is found to make those, they will be immediately escorted out and barred for the balance of this. All right, just want to make that real clear. And just in case you're wondering, there are microphones all around.
That's right.
And so if I get a report of that, there's going to be some serious issues and serious problems. So I just kind of wanted to put that out for everybody so it's crystal clear. Is it good?
Welcome back to Court TV Live. The court and the jury are taking a break for lunch right now. And just before.
Okay, so it happened before lunch. Let me see if we can. Dang. Go back on my stream. No, we didn't do it on my stream because we fast forwarded through that. Hold on. Is that it? Is there more to it? I'm going to figure this out. Hold, please. Let's go back. It was before lunch. So, okay. But no. Okay. Hold on. Sorry. He said something. It was before lunch. So not me. I don't want my channel. What am I doing? Hold on. I want to go back to, where was I? East Idaho News. Okay, that's what we were watching. That's the stream we were watching. And go back to the before lunch. Did they take lunch when the psychiatrist was on the stand? What? Hold on. Oh boy. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. All right. No good. Okay. Sorry. Family stuff going on too. It would have been before lunch. So they went to lunch in the middle of this girl, right? When they said, let's break for lunch. Would have been about here then. Oh my God. Be right here. No. Here. Hold on. Let me share with you guys. You guys can help me. Lunch. Maybe East Idaho News took their stream down during it. Because now they're back here. I don't see it. It would have been probably like right here.
just kind of relax as best you can for the next hour. We'll have to bring it back in. We'll continue with the evidence this afternoon. Okay.
Court, all rise. Good. No first place, no chairs. This way, please.
It was from yesterday's. Yeah, it was from yesterday's testimony.
All right, Doctor, you may step down. All right, before we recess, I just want to make I guess, a comment. I just want to make it real clear that there is to be no inappropriate comments or disruptive comments to be made inside of this courtroom. If anybody is found to make those, they will be immediately
So this must be after
escorted
they had their
out
little
and
blow up.
barred for the balance of this. All right, just want to make that real clear. And just in case you're wondering, there are microphones all around. And so if I get a report of that, there's going to be some serious issues and serious problems. So I just kind of wanted to put that out for everybody so it's crystal clear. There's going to be no warnings, no yellow cards. You're out. All right. So I just kind of want to make that real clear. And so with that, we'll be in recess
Okay.
on this matter till 2 o'clock.
I guess that was it, huh? We got it. Okay. Okay. So did the prosecution have any rebuttal to that? Okay. You got a report of it, Your Honor. So when you were kicking whichever prosecutor who said that out. All right. Wild though. But you can hear it. I heard it on put your earbuds in to hear it though, because it's really hard to hear. But people have it on like shorts and TikTok and stuff like that. Yes, it was the prosecutor who said on the hot mic. There's a little clip. It's really hard to hear, but listen with your earbuds and you'll be able to hear it. Some people say it sounds like shut her up. And then other people say it was something else, but I think he had like a fit and then they went and did sidebar, but he's like, I want this on the record or whatever he said. You could hear it with your earbuds. Yeah, very disrespectful. Bo lady and other lady are not impressing me as prosecutors. Usually I am impressed with the prosecutors way more than the defense attorneys, but not this time. How would they click out a prosecutor? I guess they would have to, well, they have a boss that can continue, right? The DA or something. I don't know. Kick her ass. She's not my favorite either. It's really ironic because I've hoped the prosecutor would shut up several times, but I didn't say it where she could hear it. Yeah, super unprofessional. And you guys, they have mics. Like, come on, you don't want to say anything with a mic on. But like he said, there's mics all over. I want the defense or whoever now lady is. Oh, yeah. Hot mic next week. Right. Give whoever 420 a hot mic next week. You've been thinking it. Now you can say it. The judge has the authority to boot the entire case out of court. Well, yeah, that's true. We can. Scary stuff. I'd throw her in jail for a week after the trial was over. Yeah, it seems like a big, contempt thing? Very disrespectful, though. Very unprofessional, too. And I don't know, just sad. Don't do that. The poor woman, she's innocent until proven guilty. I know you're trying to prove her guilty, but dude, don't do that. Right? All right, you guys, have a good weekend. I'm out of here. If I actually had a mic, I wouldn't say it though. I'd have to keep his thoughts. That's right. Like we all do, except for me. I say things over here, but I'm not in the court. They're just thinking my thoughts, right? I remember we were in the Lori Vallow trial. Something happened. Lori, you were sitting by me and I went, oh, and we weren't allowed to make like noises or something. I thought, oh shoot, I made a noise. Yeah, by chance she gets convicted, that's an appeal issue for sure. Because the jury was still there. when she did that. You're welcome. Very big division in this whole country, you're right. I want to become a defense lawyer, so I'd have to just think the thoughts. So is the prosecution lying by saying it was a misunderstanding of what was said? Oh, I mean, they better CYA, right? And remember, the defense, the lawyers aren't sworn in. The jury's sworn in, the witnesses are sworn in, but the lawyers aren't sworn in. You remember that? I said that, I was like, oh crap, I hope I don't get in trouble for that. All right, time to go. Happy Friday, TGIF. Oh, I think, well, I'm not gonna make promises, but I was thinking about maybe going over the if you see it up and you get a notification, then I'll do it. Now that I got company coming. For the weekend. I might not be able to, but I will yeah, I'd love to poll the jury. You guys keep talking. You know me, I can't go like I'm gonna miss something in my chat. Thank you. All right, have a good weekend. So if I have time, you'll see it posted. I'll post it if we want to go over the civil. I do want to do that. I just have to find a minute when I can do it. You know, I do want to do that though. I do want to go over the civil cases, and I know we're all dying to go over that together so we can talk about it. All right, you guys, take care, stay safe. And I will stay well, stay safe, everybody. Have a good weekend, stay cool if it's hot, and I'll see you on, maybe, no promises, but I will definitely see you on Monday. We will continue this on Monday. All right, bye everybody, stay safe and stay well. I'll see you then, bye.